Oh, good morning. Oh, guten Morgen. I'm so late. I'm sorry. How are you? Don't leave me hanging. Oh, coffee's so good. It's very chilly here this morning in Los Angeles. I'm very cold. I'm wearing my flannels. Not really. It's not really a flannel. It's actually not that warm, but that's okay. It's long sleeves. That's what I need. Because then I get too hot, and then blah 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 blah. Anyway, good morning and welcome to Tuesday, whether you like it or not. Tuesday is Tuesday is Tuesday. Tuesdays on my shoulders scare me silly. Tuesdays on my mind can drive me mad. Good morning, Badger, Badger, Badger. How are you, darling? How are you, my dearest darling? Good morning, Neil. Hi, easily distracted. Cheers. Give Trump 4 years. Hi, Neil. Hi, other Neil. Neil, Neil with an I, Neil with an A. How are you, dears? Good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. I'm not really good at the high notes. I'm actually not really good at the low notes either, but, I try. I also want to figure out, is that not playing? You guys don't hear that? Wait, let me see it. Okay, you should. Do you hear the sound effects now? Hi. Oh, I love the maple leaf. Oh my god, your maple leaf. It's so cute. Okay, I just want to make sure my shit works. Anyway. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wait, this is what I sung to my daughter every morning when she was little. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. We're all in our places with bright, happy faces. This is the way we start our new day. And then I would wake her up. A year ago, MAGA said a president can govern from prison. Easily. Hey, guess what? Hey, gang, guess what? The MAGA said that they can rule from prison. Great. Let's put him in prison. What a fabulous idea that is. Cal, good morning, my love. How are you? How are you? Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. Good morning. Good morning and welcome. Welcome. High five. High five, Niels. Neil the Neil. I love that. I love this crew. I love this crew. Oh, I see. I'm on the wrong way. Okay. Sorry, I switched up my setup today and it fucked me up. All right. I think that I think that Congress is back today, which might as well be Trump, but oh man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. I just wanted to see what was happening. I really would love to snapshot all of the chuds posting these bitchy memes that they think are so gotchas. They actually think, here's the thing about the stupid. How many countries is Trump banned from? Oh, right. No felons allowed. Oh, shit. Canada. He can't go to Canada. He's going to get around it. Okay, here's the funniest thing I heard yesterday. This is the funniest thing I heard yesterday. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. What? The baby butt face Like, as smooth as a baby's butt face. Putin says Trump owes him for his election success. Well, good luck getting paid, Vlad. Okay? Stand in line. He's giving him a Ukraine. What's the problem? He's giving him Ukraine. Isn't that's not enough? Trump literally gave him Ukraine. And probably his I mean, come on now. I think your payback's coming, stupid bitch. And I hope it's the other kind of payback. Anyway, Marco Rubio. This is going to be such a clown car of administration. I can't. It's going to be a clown car. I mean, really. Uh-oh. Olga, NYC. Oh, shit. Let me see what's going on. I got to figure out how to do my... Let's see. Yikes. Oh, how do I get there? Oh, I go this way. I'm gonna put this on the screen. Oh wait, I need to. Wait. Oh no. Then maybe my new setup is not so good. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh my God. Oh, Mr. Trump, you're so funny that you think you own anything of your life right now, because you do not own your life right now. Mr. Trump, thank you for winning election. We are most grateful. Mother Russia is most grateful for your win of election recently. You're welcome. In an interview, Russia's former FSB head stated that Trump has to pay back a debt for his election win. What's more telling is that in the same interview, he hoped U.S. intelligence can prevent Trump from another assassination attempt. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, boy. Such a mafia mentality from a thug responsible for countless assassinations. I just shared something yesterday about the Russian killing people abroad recently. So there was a 60 Minutes on that yesterday that I shared. I think it was yesterday. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, this is Novosti. RIA Novosti. If you would to achieve success in the elections, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. And as a responsible person, he will be obliged to fulfill them, Patrushev said. Holy God. You know what? Let's just fuck Hollywood. Fuck Hollywood, okay? Fuck Hollywood, all right? Because these guys are making the best spy movies in the business. In the business. I'm going to read it again. To achieve success in the elections, Donald Trump relied on certain forces to which he has corresponding obligations. What? Vince got suspended? Oh, shit. I'm going to check on that. Hi, Brett. Hi, Val. Hi, Paulina. Beautiful people. To which he has corresponding obligations, and as a responsible person, he will be obliged to fulfill them. It is important for the U.S. to prevent a repeat of the assassination attempts on Trump, Patrushev said. You better be careful, because he has to pay us back, you see. We are the only ones who get to kill his ass. That's what they're saying. Olga, the Lotman... Oh, boy, this is... Is this like... Patrushev told who Trump owes after winning the election. Donald Trump... Okay. Okay, so that's what we already read. Okay, that's good. Wow. That's fucking amazing. That's insanity, is what that is. That's what we call that in the business. Insanity. Hi, Val. Hi, Easley. Egos are too big for the administration. Musk will be screwed out of business. Well, Okay, listen. Let's talk about the administration so far, what we know. Here's who we have. We have Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, which should be fucking hilarious. We have, not hilarious, but you know what I mean. We have Tom Homan, an actual, like, Nazi general who would like to kill and rape people. That's what Tom Homan, that's the vibe I get. I don't know. I get the vibe that Tom Homan would rape and pillage along with the best of them. Susie Wiles. We'll talk about her in a minute. So Tom Homan as head of immigration or border czar, which means a lot of people are going to die. And there'll be a lot of human rights abuses. Yeah, embarrassing. And then let's see, who else have we got? Lee Zeldin for EPA. Oh, yeah. Lee Zeldin, which was a joke in New York when I lived there and is still a joke. But now he's a joke with power. So I don't know what damage he can do to the EPA, but I'm sure there's a lot. So Lee Zeldin's an asshole from New York. And let's see, who else? Well, Susie Wiles. Okay, we can talk about Susie Wiles. Susie Wiles, I look to I look to Alva Johnson for information about Susie Wiles because she worked, I believe, for her or for her husband. So I think that, didn't they make fun of a border czar? No, but literally in the announcement, they called him a border czar when I was watching last night. So, the other thing is that, Susie Wiles is a Putin asset, and I want to get more stories on her. Gal has a ton of information about Susie Wiles. The Gal Squad does, so I know it's out there, but I need to get up to speed on Susie Wiles because I think she's actually quite dangerous. So the Supreme Court passes on Meadows' request. Well, folks, grab your popcorn. The show goes on. Wait, what happened, Paulina? Oh my God, I'm so behind in news. I didn't even check news this morning. What a Doomkopf I am. What a Doomkopf. Ooh, potty mouth coming in with all the gardening tips. Yes. Yes. Oh, I love you. Yeah. I'm just sorry. Okay. Wait, I need to go to the news. News. We've got news. Yeah. I woke up this morning, Stephen Miller. I forgot. I forgot about Stephen Miller. I forgot, Kathy, about Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief Goebbels. Well, and I'm pretty sure that Flynn is Eichmann. I'm pretty much settled on that. After watching Conspiracy, I'm reminded, and I think that Flynn is Eichmann. Just so you know, that's my pick. That's my casting. RFK, yes, RFK is going to be in charge of all the food and drugs. Sounds like he's in charge of bringing like the potato salad and the White Claw, but it's not. He might think that's what it means, but what it means is that he would like to destroy all of those agencies. But the funny part is that what he wants to do is make America healthy again. Well, let me tell you how you do that when it comes to food and puppy killer banned from tribal lands named for Homeland Security. What? Who's the puppy killer? Oh, you mean, is that RFK? Banned from tribal lands. Oh, really? Is that true, Val? So are all of our administration going to be basically banned from going anywhere in the United States? Is that what we're up against now? Is that what I'm sensing? Okay, fine. Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem banned from tribal lands. Oh, wow. Well, that's great. It's about fucking time they put her in her place. She's such a fucking idiot. God. It's a baddie convention, but a bad baddie convention, right? Like good baddies would be fine, but bad baddies are not good. Reuters, Paulina, thank you. U.S. Supreme Court declines to hear bid by Trump ex-aide Mark Meadows to move 2020 election criminal case from Georgia state to federal court. Okay, so they said that, but aren't they just allowing... I mean, isn't that just... Wait, they're not going to move it from state to federal. The Supreme Court said that? Our Supreme Court? The Supreme Court? Oh. Administration of Felons. Crispy gnome. She is a crispy little gnome, isn't she? EPA guy is a climb. Of course he is, Val. Oh my God. He's not, I got news for you. He's not just a climate denier. He's a fucking idiot. And he's anti-immigrant. He's all the things. He's just cool. He just wasn't as noisy about it. He ran for governor of New York and lost. He's a fucking asshole. Anyway, but what is Michael Waltz? That's the one. National Security Advisor Michael Waltz. Crusty gnome. I like that one. That's a good one, Crusty. I want to learn about Michael Waltz. We watch Michael Waltz in action. Oh my God, it's this guy? He's an idiot. Oh my God. They made this guy? I always mix up the mics. You know, I always mix up the mics. Like there's too many mics in Congress. So I'm always mixing them up. But this guy, stupid. Stupid. Let me see. I want to see what his background is. China hawk. Well, he's not a Russian hawk because he's a Russian asset, probably. Wouldn't it be funny if Mike Waltz turned out to be a Russian asset? Wait, Crispy Gnome is going to be something? What is she going to be? What's Crispy Gnome going to be? What? Let me see here. Hold on. Let me do this. All right, this is the BBC reporting. Trump lining up Marco Rubio and Kristi Noem for top jobs. Oh my God. Is Kid Rock going to be the national poet? It's not funny. Homeland Security? Wait, what? Oh, that's what you were saying, Val. God, I'm slow. I'm sorry. All right, so Crispy Gnome, Krusty Gnome, Krusty the Clown, and her partner Marco, little Marco. Two Florida lawmakers known for their tough stances toward China are in the running for the senior foreign relations job in the administration of President-elect Donald Trump. Senator Marco Rubio is expected to be his future Secretary of State, sources told BBC's U.S. partner CBS News. But the pick is not yet confirmed. Why did he give Marco something? Why did he give Marco a job? Why did he have to make... I should smoke more weed. Yeah, I know. I should. Why did he give Marco a job? I thought he didn't like him, and Marco's kind of useless. What did Marco have that got him that job? What do you guys think? Homeland. That doesn't sound Nazi-ish at all. Yeah, it does. You're right. You're right. Look at the link I just sent Marco. Oh, no. God, this new setup has got me a little discombobulated. Okay, let's see. I think too many people probably are overlooking the distinct possibility that Rubio's spot is less about, oh my God, answering questions I have just thought of. Thank you, Gal. You're amazing. So he can fire him. So he can enjoy firing him later. I know, something's up. Well, Brett, we're about to find out. Thanks to Gal Suburban. Okay, let me see. All right. Josh Marshall from Talking Points memo. Let's see here. I think people are okay. So let me go to the actual article. First hints with Josh Marshall. Oh boy. Oh boy, Josh. All right, we're just gonna make it big. The first picks for Trump's cabinet show more commonality between terms 1 and 2 than some might have expected. None of these are power positions in a Trump administration. Those are going to be in the White House, the Pentagon, Justice, CIA, and Treasury. But Stefanik, Zeldin, and Rubio aren't ideologues either. They're mostly loyalists, people who remade themselves, not so much in Trump's image as reflexive supporters. Marco Rubio is less a hardliner than a thin and insubstantial slice of soap. I love that. Oh my God. What he is mostly is servile, soft. At least in these positions that seem to be what Trump wants, people who've already been broken in. These aren't people who are going to be straining their leashes, wanting to go all out on a MAGA agenda. They'll do what they're told, come when called. They're each people you might easily have imagined in a Jeb or Romney administration. Stefanik will likely be a big talker, striving to be first in her class. But in a Trump administration, UN ambassador is very much a talk position and no more. Hello, that's what I said. In Rubio's case, you can easily imagine this ending badly for him. He gives up his no-show job in Washington, but once that happens, his political career is at Trump's mercy. Does he last more than a year? What's his next gig after that? And how much to say does DeSantis even get over a replacement? Oh, well, that's very interesting. Let's see here. That's so interesting. Let's see. Senator Marco Rubio, okay. Secretary of State, South Dakota, okay. According to the same network, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem could also play a significant role in Trump's government as Homeland Security Secretary. Rubio and Walz's office have not responded to the BBC's request for comment. Trump administration is starting to take shape after his win in last week's presidential election. His Republican Party is closing in. Oh, here we go. They have won back control of the Senate, the upper chamber, and they've got the House. The lower chamber, as vote counting continues. They have the House. They have everything. Some of the appointments, including Secretary of State, will require senators' approval. Who cares? Although Trump has demanded that the next Senate leader let him bypass this. Isn't that interesting? I just feel sick to my stomach. Okay. Let's see. Some of the appointments, require Senator Trump has demanded that he can give out other jobs like National Security Advisor directly. The reported roles for Rubio, Walz, and Noem come after Trump made Susie Wiles his chief of staff, named former immigration official Tom Homan as his border czar, and nominated New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik as his future ambassador to the United Nations. The president-elect has responsibility for about 4,000 political appointments. During his first presidency, it took Trump months to assemble his cabinet. She's humbled, all right. I'll tell you what. She's a humbled bitch. That's what she's it. Although she's got that's a cherry roll because you get like this really sweet apartment near the UN and everything. So she came out all right. It's an easy job, frankly. Especially since we're just going to roll over in all the wars. Doesn't really matter. I'm waiting. Oh, no, I think Flynn does get named to something. I do. He wants to be a real boy. Flynn wants so badly to be accepted as a legitimate champion of or something. Not champion, but like he wants to be important. And he wants to be important in the spotlight. He doesn't want to be important behind the scenes. He's done that. So now I feel like he's ready to rumble. He has incredible vengeance tendencies. When I saw him talk about his movie, he talked about Obama. He talked about Emmett Sullivan, the judge. I mean, he's really fucking lost it, frankly. So, yikes. Oh, let's read about. I want to read to you about Tom Homan. This is Tom Homan. He's a special snowflake. Already has U.S. ambassador. Oh, no. Are you kidding? She's that girl, man. She's that girl in school that just wanted to be teacher's pet. She wanted it all. She wanted it all. She would be that bratty little kid that you're like, why are you telling on me? And she's like, because I want to be teacher's pet. You know what I mean? That's what Elise would be. I don't like her. I don't like her. She's a narc. I could tell she'd be a narc. But speaking of horrible people.
Hey, Jay. This project might need a bit.
You have to go through an advertisement first. Sorry. But I'll take the sound off for you so you don't buy what they're selling you. Don't worry about it. 2, 1. Okay, here we go.
Workplace enforcement.
Together.
Mass deportation without separating families. Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there's. Families can be deported together. A lot of people say, the talk of a mass deportation is racist. It's threatening to the immigrant community. It's not threatening to the immigrant community. It should be threatening to the illegal immigrant community.
What would the largest deportation in American history look like to you?
Well, let me tell you what's not going to be first. It's not going to be a mass sweep of neighborhoods. It's not going to be building concentration camps. I've read it all. It's ridiculous. There'll be targeted arrest. We'll know who we're going to arrest, where we're most likely to find them based on numerous investigative processes. I don't use the term raids, but you're probably talking about worksite enforcement operations, which this administration pretty much stopped.
Workplace enforcement, that's a roundup.
And that's going to be necessary.
Really? He's a bitch, by the way. He's a fucking little bitch. And he's one of those people that I hope is at a Nuremberg trial. You know what I mean? He's basically gunning to be a defendant in a Nuremberg-style trial. Because that's how evil this bitch is. I'm not making it up. Veteran immigration official Tom Homan will be in charge of the country's borders following Trump's inauguration in January. With a decades-long career in law enforcement and at the border, all eyes will be on how he plans to cut down on illegal immigration into the U.S., a flagship policy of Trump's election campaign. So how will he approach the task? Homan, an ex-policeman and former acting U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director, has described immigration at the U.S. border as the biggest national security vulnerability this nation has seen since 9/11, and we have to fix it. Yeah, he'd just follow orders. Oh, he'll make up some, too. Addressing illegal immigrants in the U.S. during Republican National Convention in the summer, he said, "You better start packing now." But it is not yet clear how his role as border czar will take shape, as managing immigration involves coordination among several government agencies. Rubio is a gal hire, someone palatable to be fired and replaced with someone horrible. Oh, that's a good point, Lee. I never thought of that. You kind of just, you can fire them really easily, so you go ahead and put them in to make somebody happy, and then you can shit can them later on. I wonder why, though. I wonder why he even gave Marco anything, though. Why would you give Marco anything? Because Marco's such a useless piece of flesh bag. Trump says he'll ban homeless camping, create government-run tent cities staffed with doctors and social workers. Really? Okay. Always interesting what manly men find scary. Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's a good point. But it is not yet clear how his role as border czar will take shape, blah, blah, blah. He has, however, provided some ideas on how he would approach the border. Reversing Biden policies in an interview with 60 Minutes in October, prior to Trump's election, Homan indicated that he would seek to target non-criminal immigrants who are in the country illegally after first prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. Such an approach would reverse Biden administration policies that direct ICE to focus on deporting serious criminals, national security threats, and recent border crossers. The current Biden policy helps protect undocumented immigrants who have been living in the U.S. and have not committed crimes. Homan has said he would use a targeted approach when carrying out arrests and deportations. Asked in the same October interview how deportations would be carried out, Homan said it's not going to be a mass sweep of neighborhoods, it's not going to be building concentration camps, blah, blah, blah. Homan played a role in Trump's controversial zero-tolerance policy, which separated thousands of migrant children from their parents. I'm going to read it again. Homan played a role in Trump's controversial zero tolerance policy, which separated thousands of migrant children from their parents. The policy sparked backlash when children were sent to shelters while their parents were prosecuted with no plans to reunite them. Homan said he didn't write the policy memo that led to the separation. Stephen Miller did, I think, right? But he was one of 3 officials who signed it. He said he signed it hoping to save lives. Homan indicated that he would not seek to reinstate that policy. Rather, he has said that families could be deported together when asked whether deportations could be carried out without separating families. I can't read about him. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Let me see if there's anything. It's not yet certain will be nominated to serve as Secretary of State, a role that functions as America's top diplomat, but the Florida Republican's careers set him up. So, fuck off, BBC. Republicans' careers set him up to take the role. Bullshit. It set him up to be a mealy-mouthed bullshitter just like he is. It does nothing probably for Florida. Several U.S. media outlets have reported that Rubio is in talks with the Trump transition team over the senior position, but it has not been finalized. It appears the president could still change his mind. Do you think? God, I hate that they act like people are supposed to be normal human beings. He's considered a foreign policy hawk, meaning someone who takes hardline positions towards Iran as well as China. While supportive of Ukraine, he previously said the country's war with Russia needed to be brought to a conclusion. Rubio and Trump were opponents in the race for the Republican and developed better, blah, 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 little Marco, small hands. But Rubio went on to endorse his rival and campaigned for him ahead of the 2024 election. He was also in the frame to be Trump's running mate, a role that ultimately went to J.D. Vance, who takes a similar view towards China. Oh, but he didn't have Peter Thiel's backing. But BBC doesn't say that. We're still acting like this is normal. Yes, I did see that, Brett. The RNC platform dropped support for Taiwan. I just can't. I just can't. Oh, I can totally see that, Neil. I can see him doing some sweeps in New York. You know, blah, blah, blah. I could see a bunch of things Homan trying to do. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, my God. The wind is so strong, it blew everything off my desk. Hold on. Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. Santa Ana. Holy shit. Sorry, everybody. Sorry about that. Calm down. Oh my God. That's the whole thing flew towards me. I saw my life flash before my eyes. I'm just kidding. I didn't see my life flash before my eyes. Anyway. Oh my God. Sorry. It scared me. I got scared. Homan's operas are everywhere. They're knocking over my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tom Homan. I didn't mean to yell at you like that. Shit. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, anyways. All right. So, oh, Jesus Christ. Waltz, this guy, what's this fucking background? There we go. 50? You're 50? All right, whatever. You look really old. Doesn't he look older than 50? Come on now. New weapon, wind. I know. It must be some Santa Anas or something. That was some fucking strong wind. Just don't knock my coffee over. Where's my coffee? Don't knock my coffee over onto my setup. All right, here we go. Mikey Waltz. Oh, wait, what time is it? Because I want to make sure I'm probably late. Hold on. I want to try one thing here. Hold on. I'm trying to do something here. I'm trying to do something. Oh, shit. Oh, I hate it when it does that. Okay, hold on. Let me just see if there's any. I don't want to miss anything on, like, broadcast. COP29 is happening? COP29 is happening now? I didn't even know that. How did I not know that? He looks like one of the guys who breached with the skiff with Gates. Yes, he does. He does, gal. He does. I'm trying to see. I thought there was a congressional something or other today. Oh yeah, what the fuck is Ramaswamy gonna be? I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna be Vivek Ramaswamy's worst enemy this 4 years or whatever, however many years he rules. Open the Senate seat in Florida. Hell yeah, Lee. I just saw that. Hell yeah. Let's get that thing on the ballot. Yeah, I want to know what Vivek Ramaswamy is going to be. Because I'm not looking forward to it. But I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who's looking less forward to it. It's going to be Vivek. Because Lolo's going to be up his ass. Oh, he's a Paula Bear fanboy? Fuck the both of them. Hell yeah, Neil. I could have already told you to fuck Mike Waltz, but that just adds to it. If he's a Paula Bear fanboy. But what's Vivek going to get? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm really scared. I hate Vivek Ramaswamy. All right. So wait, let me see. I just want to see if there's anything happening because frankly, God, I cannot. Oh wait, I got to take a picture of this because this is hilarious. Hold on. Okay, wait. I'm going to show you this picture. Hold on. It just cracks me up. I'll have to fix it, but for right now, you'll be able to see. New source, Marco. Polo. All right, here we go. Hold on. Dee 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 dee. I love this picture. Look at this picture. It's making like Marco has to like bend down. Hi, Daddy. Hi, Daddy. Hi, Daddy. Hi, Daddy. Hi, my daddy. That's my little daddy right there. Wait, where's my thing?
And I will do everything he wants me to do. I don't care what it is. Secretary of State? Absolutely. I know how to do that. I will do that for you, Mr. President, and I will be your favorite, and you will love me forever. And you will never call me Widow Marco again. Now, granted, this picture makes me look tinier than you, but I am not tinier than you. I mean, I will be tinier than you if you want me to be tinier than you. That's not a problem. But I'm going to tell you right now, I love this man. I don't care what I called him in the past. I love him. Look at how much I love him. You can see it on my face. Look at my smile. Look at my smile. My smile's really big. It's really, 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 really big. And it really is convincing you that I love this guy. Look, I made myself smaller to be next to him so he would look bigger than me. Because I love him. And he loves me. Because he proved it by giving me a big job. Maybe. Maybe he'll give me a big job. He might not give me a big job, but maybe. If I'm a very good boy, maybe Daddy will give me a big job. And I'll be very excited. And I will tell all my friends, and I'll tell my mommy and my daddy who may be proud of me. And then I will buy a PlayStation, and I will just PlayStation while I'm supposed to be Secretary of Stating, because there's not going to be anything for me to do because we're not going to have any diplomatic relations with anyone. That's ridiculous. Why would we have diplomatic relations? We don't need anybody. We got ourselves, right? So, anyways, I'll see you guys later. I'm going to go get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich from my mommy, and then I'm going to wait for Daddy to tell me what I need to do next. So thanks, everybody. Bye.
All right, that's Marco. That's your next Secretary of State. Bye. I'm a good boy. Post from Walton May. Holy shit, Neil. Poilievre is going to send Trudeau packing in 2025 and start digging Canada out of the progressive mess it's in. His trolling of Trudeau's nonsense worth a watch. Oh, interesting. So he knows. I already loathe him. Trust me. Bye. Bye. I'll tell you, I love that voice for some of these guys. It makes me laugh. I don't know. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's him meeting with Putin. That's old. Where's like the new... There's no Congress on? Okay, here's the thing. Rubio should be water boy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What's happening with crypto? Everybody excited? Everybody's excited. What the fuck? Oh, I don't know what that is. Okay. Oh, is she speaking in Spanish, though? Damn it. The Mexican president is speaking, but I think it's in...
Listo. Hoy tenemos una reunión con diversos empresarios. Al ratito vamos a subir unas fotos.
Why is it? Oh, okay. Damn. Hopefully they'll have a translation of the Mexican president. I'd like to hear more from her. You know, I'd like to hear more from her. It's on fire, a new high for Bitcoin. Well, what comes up must come down. Let me tell you that, Muskie. From an old broker, let me tell you. What goes up must come down. So whatever, go ahead. I'm going to tell you right now, the way Bitcoin is coming to fruition, a lot of people are going to be in a lot of pain. And that's fine. It happens. But there's too much Barbary Coast going on with Bitcoin for my taste. But Walt's wife is a vice president for Calgary-based TC Energy Corp. What? What, Neil? What? Walt's wife is a vice president for a Calgary-based TC Energy Corp, builder of the ill-fated Keystone Pipeline? What? What? I didn't know that. That's fucking crazy. CBC News. Yeah, thank you so much, Neil. I appreciate that. Oh, boy. Oh, strap in, kids. It's time to resist. It's time to resist. Wah. Okay, let me just see. Ooh, we got more disbarment hearings in D.C., but they're not people we know. I don't know this person. I'm gonna kill us a little bit by putting on shitheads.
They don't want this guy to be, and go ahead and play this clip, and then you'll see him going up against AOC and how he handles AOC. Go ahead, Rob.
If Trump wins, this guy is going to be back running the border. And I want to remind you guys who this guy is. When he sat down with AOC and AOC tried to grill him. And watch what happened to AOC when she tried to grill him.
Actually,
who knows the law.
You get a DUI.
Watch, just entertaining. Go ahead.
Of the many that you recommended family separation.
I recommended zero tolerance.
Which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested with a child.
Bartender.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father from his family.
With all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
What?
When you're in the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum, go through the port of entry, do it the legal way.
You can pause it right there.
The Attorney
there's
General.
nothing that can be said. So the average person watches this, and let's just say, by the way,
hi, Carrie.
I know a lot of people are going to think this is weird. I actually like AOC. I know it's going to sound weird. I actually like AOC. I think AOC every once in a while, she has a little bit of the anti-establishment in her.
Oh,
she doesn't like the Pelosi. She doesn't like the Schumers. She's a socialist.
Does, actually.
She's completely on the opposite side. But she's also not the most
but wait, I thought we were
establishment
socialists.
left person.
Wait,
Sometimes she makes some decent arguments.
Communists.
But you watch AOC,
You're
like,
saying
you know
not
what?
all of us are
She
communists?
gives me the vibes that she wants to be the working people. But she's also bought into a philosophy where she faces a guy like that with common sense who loves America.
Oh, they will start that pipeline back up, I would imagine.
Stopped. See, I think the American people right now are glad that guy is in. And Charlie, maybe give us an update because you're working with some of the
Here we go, Charlie Kirk.
Council on
Mr.
who's coming in on the team.
Forehead.
That's why I keep checking. I'm not being rude. It's literally happening.
I totally
in real time.
get it.
I want to just
give us an update. Give us an update on what's going on there.
First of all, I mean, I've never been more encouraged ever. I've only been involved in 2 transitions if you count this one.
Bitch.
There is this constant repetition at Mar-a-Lago right now about we need to fulfill the mandate. And it doesn't matter
what mandate,
anything else except what did the voters select and what is going to allow the president to fulfill the mandate that
so it's
voters
the voters' fault.
I
it's
think
not
this
going to be
pick so
his
far
fault,
been
you
terrific.
all.
I do
It's
encourage
going to be
people,
the voters.
unless you see it on Donald Trump's
about?
Truth Social, it is not verified, okay?
Really?
So
you're talking about who's going to be in the administration.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, some people say, well, Rubio selected. Well, it very well might be, but that's not verified yet, okay?
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of Twitter audience
ransacked
right now.
Marshals, and the other half looks like a YMCA locker. It probably smells like one too, Iguana.
To get it on Trump's Truth Social, and then
I'm
it's
not
signed, sealed,
kidding.
and delivered, right? So I just want.
It's an ironic situation because usually that is the last place I would go to know.
No, I just no, but right now I could just tell you that there's a whole process.
Eric Trump also said that last night on Hannity when Hannity asked him about Rubio, and he says, "Look, if my father hasn't said it, it's not verified."
Which I also.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Are they worried about taking too many sitting lawmakers?
Well, that's my concern, which is public, is that again, this is nothing private. Is that we're going to have a 2 or 3 seat majority in the House. So already out of the gate, we have Elise Stefanik and Mike Walls, which very well could get us down to a 1-seat majority. Right. So yes, that is a concern. Senate is not as much.
Oh, that's
However,
interesting.
You do then trigger potential special elections, and we know that with the tale of Jeff Sessions of Alabama, you could actually lose a Senate seat with a really amped up Democrat Party. I think that's a big concern.
Oh yeah, don't you know what, sweetheart?
My concern.
I'm going to tell you right now, bitch kitten.
Gets heard is a separate issue, but I
bitch kitten better strap in because if I have any ounce of energy in me left by the time 2026 rolls around, it's going to hit, I hope, please God, please dear fake God, please not real God, would you please make sure that not a lot of people die, but that this fucking regime goes down in flames, please, without a lot of people dying. That's what I would like. Is it too much to ask? Is it too much to ask? I'm sorry. I don't normally wish ill on people, but there are a few people in the world where I will wish ill on them. Biden canceled the permit for the U.S. leg of the Keystone on his first day in office. Province of Alberta and TC Energy had already begun work on the Canadian leg. Bad move. Well, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Dear baby Jesus, you know, the white one, I pray to you that you will give us an ability to act with abandon. I think we all got to go at St. Jude for that patron saint of lost causes. Yes. Put your circle of protection around my people. And let these motherfuckers do what they're going to do, but then let it come back on them tenfold, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, baby Jesus, you know the white one. Would you just make sure that it blows back on them so hard that they're blown back into the trash heap of history? Dear Lord, let us pray. Let us drop the beat. Anyways, yeah. Yeah. All right. Enough of that. I was hoping there was something congressional on today, but, you know, I could be wrong about that. Willie Nelson is up on my... Uh-oh.
We've talked a little bit about it. I'll be having further conversations. My plan is to be at Mar-a-Lago all weekend to iron out details on the plans ahead. So, as you can imagine, right now he has a lot going on. He has a lot going on. Cabinet. He has to appoint his top staff, and he's beginning to do that. We're delighted with the picks so far. I think it's a great showing for the country. But he and I have both had a lot going on. So we'll be talking about that and a number of other items.
Oh, so he's not talking to you about anything? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Thursday night.
He's cutting you out?
There are preliminary plans for him to come to Capitol Hill tomorrow. So we'll have lots of time over the week and in the weekdays ahead. So we'll stay tuned on all that. Yes. One second. I'll get to Newsmax next. Yeah.
Hold on.
The question was, do I have a favorite in the race for Senate leader on the Republican side? They're all my favorites. How about that? Look, I think there's some really qualified candidates over there. All three of these gentlemen are friends. I'm not going to put my thumb on the scale on that. I got enough to manage over here. But whomever is ultimately elected the new leader, we look forward to working with them beginning immediately.
That's Mike's Little Johnson.
For a long time, over almost a year now, with the previous Senate leadership and with the leaders of the key committees over there, our teams working together methodically, deliberately, consistently to prepare for the eventuality that we now see. We really believed. It wasn't just, oh, they were making fun of the speaker, oh, his sunny optimism, he thinks he's going to win. I really believed from day one, I believed it in my heart that we would win unified government. I knew that the people were were disgusted really with the direction of the country. I was feeling it as I was going out traveling around the country. I mean, I went coast to coast, north, south.
I was feeling it everywhere. I was feeling it.
That energy was out there. I don't think the polling
was grabbing
fully measuring that. And I was gauging that off my own observation everywhere
really?
I went.
Just your own little baby observations?
This was not a surprise to us, and we've been prepared for it, and we look forward to whomever's elected leader to go forward.
Do you look forward to it?
Yes,
by the way, Alberta taxpayers on the hook for $1.3 billion because of Keystone. Of course, they blame Trudeau. Yeah.
Yes, we have been talking for almost a year about the use of the budget reconciliation as a method to achieving some of the desired ends. We have to fix everything. I told President Trump many times, and we've all discussed, we believe we could be the most consequential Congress of the modern era, and he the most consequential president.
Really?
Because we quite literally have to fix almost every metric of public policy. Everything is a mess.
Every metric?
So the budget reconciliation process is a
who's paying for the rooms at Mar-a-Lago? The taxpayers. That's right.
Everything related to the budget and spending and all the rest, regulatory
Why doesn't anyone ask him that, Butterflies? What a great question.
Plans on how to do that, and the
who's paying for your stay?
Come together in the coming weeks. Yes, ma'am.
Ah. Ah. Troy thinks the plan is to default. Yeah, that's what I heard.
I'll say
Dave Troy.
I didn't intend to break this as news this morning, but since I said it, I invited President Trump is going to meet with President Biden at the White House, and so it was suggested. In fact, I think he said it first before I did, but that he wanted to come and visit with House Republicans. So we're working out the details of him gathering with us potentially tomorrow morning before he goes to the White House, and that would be a great meeting and a moment for all of us. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of energy here. We're really grateful for President Trump leaving it all on the field to get reelected. He quite literally did. I mean, they scheduled him almost every hour of every day for months on end. And he did that. And that's what inspired his stamina, inspired so many of our candidates and incumbents around the country to go and give more and do more and leave more on the field because he was doing it. And I think the American people appreciate that. I think that's reflected in the mandate that he was giving.
There's no mandate.
Winning the popular vote.
There's no mandate.
For college decisively. And
it's
we're
not
excited about that. To celebrate that moment with him, he certainly deserves it. Maybe one.
This is two different countries. We're two different countries, you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, prison inspired him to run. And he did it. It worked.
We're not going to get any details about
it worked.
Specifics with regard to reforms in specific departments yet. There's lots of ideas on the table, but we got to work.
And you know what? I'll eat my hat. If he goes to prison and this all comes right, I'll fucking eat my hat. I'll do whatever it takes to prove to everyone that I'm fine with it. But I'm telling you right now, I don't see it happening. I don't see us getting justice. I think I'm surprised about the Mark Meadows thing, and I wonder if that's just a setup for something later on.
Look,
you know what I mean? Like, I can't trust any
of
this.
At the rallies and what President Trump
so
was
Dave
have to say all
Troy,
the
sorry,
time is
Paul
we had to
J.
make it too
Dave
big to
Troy's
read.
on Twitter.
And we did. Look, we know for a fact, it is
really
a fact
good
that non-citizens voted
researcher,
in some
I guess,
places around the country because they were signing up to vote.
Really good,
and
really good
they
guy.
were defying federal law, but the states were not enforcing the requirement that there be proof of citizenship before they sign up. So I am grateful to tell you, and I said this on the campaign trail for a year, that I had confidence that because of the chaos that was related to the 2020 election, most of the states got busy. To their credit, the legislatures in the states got busy and passed legislation to shore up their systems in states around the country. I mean, there were hundreds of pieces of legislation.
That is absolute
that
bullshit.
Were passed, duly enacted,
Name
signed into
one.
law by the
Name
governors
fucking one.
that shored up those
Name
systems
fucking
and made
one.
sure they would be more secure. There were a few states we were still concerned about, but I'll tell you, because of the attention that was given to it, you had eyes on those elections very closely. You had lawyers ready and prepared to run and file injunctions in district courts when necessary, and they did. You had poll watchers and precinct captains, and some of those are still working right now. There'll be recounts in a couple of these races. They'll be very closely monitored.
We did pass some
I'm
stuff.
happy to report to you that because of all the
we also allowed prisoners in California to remain as slaves. I don't understand who California is right now. Frankly, I'm a little disappointed in my home state.
All Americans after 2020, so that's a good sign. It's another hopeful
So there was no fraud. There was no fraud. It didn't concern all Americans. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. Oh my God.
Thank you.
I don't like this alternate reality anymore. I don't like it. New Day in America with 4 white guys. Yeah, New Day in America with 4 white men. Fuck. Fuck everybody. Fuck everybody. Ugh. God. It's just crazy. Oh, great. You know what's coming up, you guys? At 8:30 my time, which isn't too far away, I don't think. Joint subcommittee hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena. There's a UFO meeting in Congress this morning. I fucking shit you not. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to say it, and I don't give a shit what anybody thinks, because I know more about election integrity bullshit than just about anybody I know. And I'm going to tell you right now, there was no reason not to do standard recounts and things like that. Okay? There was no reason not to do that. It was kind of a fast election, if you ask me. Like, fucking do the stuff that you normally do. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not bringing bullshit affidavits of people seeing trucks in the middle of the night. I'm asking for a standard recount, etc., to be done. Because frankly, a lot of results were made public before, the California vote was even totaled. So I don't give a shit. I think for House and Senate, especially if they needed to do recounts or other things, that should have been allowed and not spoken against. Stop telling us that somehow we're the same as the assholes in 2020 when you know that isn't true. I'm just asking. Exactly. We do risk limiting audits and stuff like that. So I'm fine with that. And I actually do accept results of elections, and I move on, and I do both things at once. So you cannot tell me, because I know that this is not normal, and it is not anywhere equivalent to what happened in 2020. Anywhere. Period. Full stop. So do the business. Stop bitching at people because they want you to do the business, or fucking turn off your computer so you don't have to hear it. I don't give a shit. But do not force people to stop asking or feel bad for asking for standard protocol for something so consequential. Don't do it. Let the recounts go. Let us do the work that should be done after any election. No, it doesn't have to be exhaustive, And Mark Elias will bring the cases that I believe he needs to in order to, protect elections. But I'm sick of this, like, you guys need to get over it. Like, stop telling each other to get over it. Just fucking move on. If you think someone should get over it, stop following that person. But shut up about it. Let people do their thing. We don't give people any room to, like, have their stuff. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is nowhere like what it was in 2020, because I know what that election integrity fight was, and it was all bullshit from the jump. And it started months before the actual election. So not the same. Thanks very much. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on that, because I'm sick of hearing people like speak down on other people because they're asking questions still. I think it's fine to ask questions. When you get the answers, then you move on. That's fine. Stop editing each other. My God. Fucking let people be. Let people be. If you don't like it, mute it. Mute it. Hi, Oomph. Yeah, Elon said he knew 4 hours in advance. I don't know what Elon's fucking high on K all the time. Fucking, he's a piece of shit. He doesn't have anything. He doesn't have anything. God, telling you. All right, I thought we had some kind of congressional bullshit today, but I don't see anything. Maybe that's tomorrow. Oh, wait, what's going on at COP29? Oh, the event's ended. Poopy scoops. Those Europeans, they're always up so much earlier than we. Elmo's in a permanent K-hole. Exactly. Thank you, Max. There might be people around him who know how to do stuff, but he does not. He does not. Okay, that's coming up next. I thought I had another... Wait, it's Tuesday? Okay, I know what I'll do. Let me go to the fucking Senate website. Oh. Okay, wait. Oh, this was what it's at 2:00. Hold on. Oh, judiciary? Is that today? Oh, no, that's tomorrow. Okay, so there is one tomorrow, the judiciary, so I'm definitely going to cover that. God, we're back, you guys. It's terrible. Tomorrow is a judiciary hearing on bump stocks and gun safety, so we'll tune in for that. GOP, COP29. I think it's COP29, Lee. In Baku this year, totally corrupt authoritarian regime getting legitimacy from the UN. Yep. Okay, so there is nothing. Well, see, there's a hearing today at 11. Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. I don't know if it's on Moldova. And I kind of want to hear it, but I'm not sure if it's being shown or not. I can't tell, but that might be something I come back for. Hold on, let me just make sure the house. This house is clean. No. Here we go. Let's see. Energy AI? What? Thermal source. Oh, that's at 4. Okay. All right. Well, there's nothing. Okay, fine. All right, fine. I thought there was... Oh, I guess they canceled it. I thought I had something. Okay, well, tomorrow is when Congress really comes back in. Yes. Remember that ass said put them in trauma? Yeah. Right, Badger? Right? Fuck, man. That's interesting that it's in Baku. I wonder why. Lee. What did they need to do in Azerbaijan that needed that? Yeah, Lauren Chen. Yeah. I heard someone quoting they were interviewed by Rebel News or something like that I can't remember who it was. It was some chud. Because I'll have stuff. I watch Soup Mama because she's got this nonprofit and it's really sus how she created a nonprofit so fast. And it's sus where Soup Mama literally, all she does is travel around the eastern seaboard, basically, and kind of the Midwest a little bit, to attend rallies and cover them. And she volunteered with Force 47 or Trump Force 47 or something like that, just at the events and shit like that. So the problem is because I watch her and I subscribe to her rather, all the other chuds might pop up once in a while that I've unsubscribed, which is fine because sometimes it's fun to see what they're doing. I mean, mildly entertaining. But anyway, the other day, one of them, when I tuned in, was talking to, I'm banned, Max. I am fucking banned from Soup Mama. I think I've been banned since the whatchamacallit, the convoy. Soup Mama is a woman who was the cook for the convoy in Hagerstown, Maryland. And she now is like a pretty big, chud streamer and goes to all the Trump events and volunteers at them and, is filming all these events. And she got some behind the scenes stuff I've seen a couple times. So, and I think she's mentioned that she's gone to the Reawaken America tour, gal. So I believe she was probably trained in that regard because she's very much like that and would do that. But she also, in the course of this 2 years, maybe year, alternative camp, yeah. She boiled ground beef. Yeah, exactly. She's not really a cook, but whatever. Regardless. So, but she started this nonprofit, right? After she started streaming and like going to these events, and I imagine after the Rat tour and stuff like that. But she started this nonprofit, and which I'm going to be watching, of course, because they have to file 990s and all that kind of stuff. So, but I really want to know where is she getting the money to do this? Because she's literally always on the road. She doesn't work that I know of. And so I have questions basically for her because I feel like she's an example of one of these ground game streamers because she's very diligent about radicalizing people. Oh man, she goes to all the militia meetings. She goes to all the constitutional law trainings. She goes to the poll watching trainings. I mean, that bitch is everywhere. She is fucking everywhere. That she made off with some equipment. She probably did because it was probably left. I don't know. But anyway, so Soup Mama is like very, very interesting character to me. But I went in to ask her questions yesterday and I found out I was still banned. So there you go. I mean, I could go in under an alt, but I don't care that much. But I do have questions for her. Like if anybody knows Soup Mama, if she would come on my show, I would be nice. I wouldn't be mean. But I do have questions. And I'd love to ask her some questions. So if anybody, if you're listening, which Soup Mama doesn't even, I don't think she even knows who I am. Anyone remember a convoy stream 10,000 man or something? I'm trying to find those videos. Ooh, 10,000 man? Is that the Million Muslim March up in, is that what? Or was it called 10,000 man? I don't know. I can look and see. I've got a lot of privated clips from the original convoy and from the Canadian convoy too. I have a bunch of privated clips from those. But anyway, so sorry to take you down that rabbit hole, but it's just kind of interesting to me. And the point of the story actually is that another chud came up on my homepage, and I was watching because I'm bored, and they were flexing that they got interviewed by Rebel News as if that was a legitimate news outlet. And so I'm kind of like, oh my God. Media literacy. Anyway, we're going to have to do something about the streamers too. And I don't mean do something about them. I mean, we're going to have to be very conscious about what the breadth and stretch of streaming is in the political landscape and in the information space, because I think it's something that we kind of ignore because not everybody watches YouTube the way I do or the way other people do, right? Other normal people I guess. I don't mean maybe not normal, but you know what I mean. Other people don't consume as much YouTube as that. Yeah, it is. And they're fucking, I think Rebel Media was on the fucking 600 list. Am I wrong about that? Like, weren't they part of the fucking Russian thing? I'm pretty sure, or at least like one of their people was. Come on now. Come on. That was a thing. That was a thing. Right? All right. Well, let me see. I want to look at our bookmarks because I know I have some more bookmarks. More bookmarks. Oh, this one I kind of wanted to read. All right, I'm going to read this. This is a foreign policy article. Let me get that up here. You got to go that way. You got to go that way. Oh, okay. Oops, that's not what I wanted. All right. Well, I guess I could put it down here. Oops. Because I could read it that way. Okay. Which one lives in Weston's compound, Neil? Oh, I don't know about that. They don't care about the Russian propaganda. I know. Not their fault they didn't know is what they say. I understand that, but that can't be good enough in a court of law. Right? Like, that has to not be good enough in a court of law, I think. I don't know. But who am I? What do I know? What do I know? Nothing. Wait, where's my fucking cursor? Ah! Oh, okay. There it is. Okay. All right. I'm going to read you. Hopefully, I think this is not behind a paywall, but I'm not sure about that. Oh, yeah. The wrong one. Okay. That's the house schedule. That's the house schedule, but this is what I want to read to you. This is from August of this year. Trump's foreign policy influencers. Meet the 11 men whose worldview are shaping the 2024 Republican ticket. I thought this might be interesting. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh. Hey, come on. You got to get bigger. Okay, there we go. Beep. Beep. All right. Let me just take a minute. I'm going to smoke a little weed, and then we're going to read this fucking article. All right. I hope everyone's Tuesday's going well. Does anyone have anything fun planned for today? My daughter is off work, so we're probably going to go to Trader Joe's. That's what we do for fun. We go to Trader Joe's. Yes. Fuck yeah. I know. I had put on like fake nails and then they all came off. So I don't know. I should probably get like just a manicure. Better than Monday. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. SB, that's all I can handle. You know, like as long as the day shines and somehow you get into that day, that's really good. Mowing for the last time today. Welcome to winter, bitches. For the record, Weston is Galen Weston, a Canadian billionaire whose family owns supermarket chains and bakeries and controls too much of Canada's food industry. He's also a right-winger. Of course. You're going to do grocery shopping too, Neil? It is fun. I have to admit. I do love myself. Trader Joe's feels like Christmas every time you go in there. Like, ooh, look at this. Milk chocolate covered pretzels. Yummy. So, yeah, I agree. It doesn't take much to make me happy. Actually, it's kind of funny how little it takes to make me happy. But here we are. Okay, let's read this bitch. Foreign policy. All right, this is Foreign Policy Magazine. If former U.S. President Donald Trump wins the White House again, what might his foreign policy look like? The Republican candidate often shoots from the hip. Consider his grand declaration that he can end the Russia-Ukraine war in a single day as just one example. Trump is also quick to distance himself from policy shop documents, such as the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, when they become politically inconvenient. Oh, Soup is live. She's driving. Should I try to show a little bit of her? I don't think she'll strike me, because I don't think she gives a shit about that. But you should see Soup Mama. Hold on. Oh, there she is. Oh, she's done. Oh, no, she's here. Nope, she's done. All right, well, we'll give a little. Oh, she's...
Jerry heading down with baby supplies, clothes, and furniture. That is awesome. And it does. It takes all of us to kind of step up and do these things so that, we can take care of each other. Because, again, the
except for the Democrats.
Not going to do it for us. That's been very blatant these last couple of years.
Really? Is it so bleak? How bleak is it, bitch?
East Palestine.
You're doing great. You know why East Palestine happened, you stupid cunt? Because of your big old president.
We've got work to do, guys. We've got work to do so that we're sure that our government is taking care of our citizens the way that it's supposed to.
Fucking idiot.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah, please be.
Yeah. Super chat me. Super chat me, bitches. She's a cunt. I'm sorry. I'm going to say that word for her. Because she doesn't care about children. She simps for that guy like a motherfucker. She was also part of some sketchy fucking Vince guy who did some kind of convoy. Okay, so Soup Mama. Well, this is going to get me in trouble, but that's okay. She was a character who sprang out of the convoy in 2022. And she ended up in Hagerstown, Maryland. I think she's from upstate New York or Pennsylvania or somewhere like that. But she went to Hagerstown, Maryland and became kind of the soup, like she ran the kitchen. She ran the kitchen operation. So she was like super hyper organized, and she's got these huge claw nails that are absolutely disgusting. And she probably, I think actually, she's from PA. Okay. And I think she had an affair with Eric the mechanic. Am I wrong about that? I think she fucked a bunch of dudes over in there, including Eric the mechanic. I have kind of talked about Putin humiliating Trump, but we can get to that too. We can go to the Russian television clip on that. But anyway, just so you see what she looks like, it's kind of a phenomenon, right? Like, I'm just kind of curious about how the fuck did she get here so fast? How the fuck did she I wonder if she shows herself ever. I don't know. She probably does in the beginning. She's, it's funny because she seems like a relatively smart person, but she's absolutely brainless when it comes to what the impact is of the regime that she has chosen to hook her wagon to, which it hasn't been unlucrative. Oh, she never shows herself. Okay. It has not been unlucrative for her, and that's my curiosity. My curiosity is how the fuck did you start a nonprofit so fast? She hung out at, I don't know if she hung out at the halfway point. She was in the kitchen the whole time. But yeah, anyway, she shows at the beginning of her last live. You see the long nails. Oh, really? Okay, wait, I've got it. I'm sorry. I have to see. I'm sorry. It's Schadenfreude. Oh, she didn't. I don't see her showing herself. Hold on. I know this is ridiculous, but I don't care. Oh my gosh. Iguana, you're so nice. Oh my God. Oh, guess what you get? Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. That's very nice of you, Iguana. Thank you. You didn't need to do that, but thank you so much. Convoy of Honor. That's right. They went to the Convoy of Honor. That's right. Oh, come on. Show yourself. That's funny. You know what? You guys can find her. She's not hard to find. Get out of here. Get out of here, duck. All right. We're going to get her out of our psyche. Thank you, Iguana. That's very sweet of you. Driving home, yes. Yeah, you can see her. You can see her. Fuck her. Fuck that bitch. I'm not giving her any more airtime. But she is a character. And she is an interesting character because I think she's an example of the whole Flynn influence thing. But you know what? Could be wrong. All right, let's read this. Let's read about foreign policy, which is ever so exciting. Ever so exciting. God. We're going to be in real trouble with this cabinet, folks. I wonder if the cabinet, though, is going to actually get, like, approved. I wonder if someone within the Trump orbit is going to start exerting influence on him. Like, right now, so picture this. Right now, the Trump orbit, and I think about Teal, right? Because J.D. Vance has been very quiet. Do you notice that? He's been very, very quiet, which, you know, is whatever. It's Soup Mama Official, Butterflies. Soup Mama Official is the name of the nonprofit. It's just like her fucking channel. It's stupid. Anyway, I'm going to fucking find out what's going on with that nonprofit and if there's any weird money behind it, but that's just a curiosity of mine. Because she was involved with that Vince guy who did the fucking fake nonprofit, that he tried to take another nonprofit's name. And that's when I called that out with Jersey J and all that. We were beefing on, like, community notes. That was a while ago. But anyway, I watch the ones that do not speak. Badger, he's so good. If the GOP has the House and the Senate, wouldn't they rubber stamp Trump's nominees? Yeah. I mean, actually, he actually was quoted in one of the things we just read as saying that he might want to bypass the nomination process. Hello. I mean, they're just telling you what they want to do. Will they be able to do it? I don't know. But they are telling us what they intend and would hope to achieve. So make of that what you will. But I don't know. Yeah. Yeehaw. Right. Oh, my Lord. But beyond the noise of the campaign trail, which we know was very noisy, one way to gauge the possible foreign policy agenda of the second Trump term is to profile the key national security thinkers in his orbit. Who are the advisors he listens to? What is the genesis of the ideas that animate the former president's current worldview? And now, in light of the fact that Mike Waltz has been named as National Security Advisor candidate, what does that mean? That would be interesting to lay on top of this. But we'll see what this one says. Consider the list below as a handy guide in the days and weeks leading up to November 5th. But first, a few disclaimers. The men listed below, and yes, they're all men, the picks reflect what our sources told us, are ranked not in order of importance, but in alphabetical order. The names are not earmarked for any particular roles, such as National Security Advisor or Secretary of State. We thought it best to just describe the people whose views and ideas could have a meaningful impact on Trump's foreign policy decisions. You're welcome. Oh, yeah. And lastly, the spirit of this endeavor is to add some texture to what is a common parlor game in Washington these days. Nobody, of course, can actually claim to know exactly what Trump will do. And now, here's the list you came for. Here we go. Jump to advisor. Okay, cool. All right, well, let's just fucking make our way, huh? Oh, this is all they have. Well, let's go to Stephen Miller. Hi, I'm Stephen Miller. I'm a worm, but I procreated. I think. Throughout Trump's term, Stephen Miller made a name for himself as the radical architect of the president's hardline and highly controversial immigration policies. If Trump triumphs in November, he is widely expected to again lean heavily on Miller. Well, guess what? He's Deputy Chief of Staff, bitches, who has already outlined sweeping new proposals to overhaul U.S. policy and crack down on immigration. Yes, arg, arg. As Trump's then senior advisor and speechwriting chief, Miller played a pivotal role in shaping his presidential agenda. He drove forward some of the former U.S. leaders' most contentious schemes, including the family separation policy known as zero tolerance that Tom Homan was just speaking to, Muslim-majority and the so-called Muslim ban, which barred travel and refugee resettlement from several Muslim-majority countries to the United States. Well, that wasn't just a so-called, okay? That's a real ban. You're just not a little bit pregnant. You're pregnant. Beyond pushing to slash refugee admission numbers, he reportedly also wanted to deploy troops to close off the U.S. southern border and proposed banning student visas for Chinese nationals. Miller was known for encouraging some of Trump's more hardline positions, even in situations where other advisors reportedly urged the president to exercise restraint. In 2019, Miller came under fire after a batch of leaked emails published by the Southern Poverty Law Center, a legal advocacy group, revealed that he privately touted white nationalist views. Privately? I think there's more than that's public. The emails, which were exchanged between Miller and conservative news site Breitbart News, date back to 2015 and 2016. Today, Miller spends much of his time waging legal battles against woke corporations despite having no formal legal training. In 2021, he founded the America First Legal Foundation, a conservative legal... I thought he was a lawyer. What is he? Just a speechwriter? Holy shit. God, it's idiots. A conservative legal advocacy organization focused on challenging the Biden administration and the practices of private companies, including Kellogg and Starbucks. Quote, America First Legal is holding corporate America accountable for illegally engaging in discriminatory employment practices that penalize Americans based on race and sex, the company said, because they want white men to be hired. As Trump has defeated Harris in November, Miller has vowed an overhaul of U.S. immigration policy. Quote, any activists who doubt President Trump's resolve in the slightest are making a drastic error. Trump will unleash the vast arsenal of federal powers to implement the most spectacular migration crackdown, he told the New York Times. The immigration legal activists won't know what's happening. Well, I think they will, actually. Under a potential second Trump term, Washington would dramatically expand policies aimed at cracking down on immigration, including by halting the U.S. refugee program and reinstalling some variation of the Muslim travel ban, the New York Times reported. Trump envisions conducting sweeping public workplace raids, enacting mass deportations, and constructing vast holding facilities, and that's in quotes. So someone said it. To detain those awaiting deportation, Miller said. The former U.S. leader is also eager to terminate the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, or DACA. And I believe he has said that he wants to deport parents of dream kids who are born here. And actually, doesn't he want to deport the dream kids themselves? Maybe. I don't care what the hell happens in this world. That's a quote Miller told right-wing personality Charlie Kirk in a podcast interview earlier this year. If President Trump gets reelected, the border's going to be sealed, the military will be deployed, the National Guard will be activated, and the illegals are going home. And that, folks, is your Deputy Chief of Staff. So let's see who else. Let's stick with some important names here. Johnny McEntee. Good old Johnny McEntee. In the summer of 2020. No, I won't do that. As Trump was running for re-election, an email from the White House invited Pentagon officials to sit down for interviews with a pair of staffers, where they would be evaluated for positions in a second Trump administration. After a spate of high-profile resignations in the building as the White House increasingly sought to assert itself over the Defense Department, officials saw the interviews as a test of loyalty to Trump. The man behind the email was White House Presidential Personnel Office Director John McEntee. A one-time walk-on quarterback at the University of Connecticut, McEntee served as the president's body man for the first year of the administration. He was fired by White House Chief of Staff John Kelly in 2018 for failing a background check due to a gambling investigation, only to return 2 years later, this time in charge of the powerful Personnel Office. It's often said in Washington that personnel is policy. Many of Trump's early appointments came from the traditional Republican foreign policy pool, more international, pro-trade, pro-NATO, and pro-ally than the standard MAGA crowd. Kelly, National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis, and Secretary of State Rex Tillerson formed the Axis of Adults that largely controlled the levers of foreign policy for Trump's first 2 years in office, even as the commander-in-chief finger-wagged at Washington's perceived deep state, for allegedly slow-walking his agenda. Jen! Wait a minute. Thank you. That was so sweet of you, Jen. Thanks for that. You didn't need to do that. Unforgivable what these repulsive men have done and are doing to children. Yes. Homan said in a taped interview that he'd deport whole families. Yes. We just listened to that, Neil. It's terrible. He's a piece of poop. You know what? Every once in a while, I also put my face in a pillow and scream iguanasana. You would be surprised. You would not be surprised, I think, to know. Oh, thank you so much. Wait, I'll pull up Discord. I'm going to read this and then well, actually, let me just hold on. Hold on, everybody. You're not anxious to get anywhere this morning, are you? I hope you're not. Bump, 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 bump. Now I have to remember to close my Discord because I'm always. Oh wait. No, don't switch. Bump, bump, bump. Mm-mm. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. You really got them. Oh, shit. Oh, you really got them. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I got to download these. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Soup. Soup, mama. I'll just put it as soup. She's actually a kind of, I mean, she can be a pretty decent looking person. I mean, I'm no prize, so I'm not like trying to be somebody. But it's just so funny to me that it's such an odd person. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me do this. All right. Hold on and I'll show you. I'm going to have to delete these afterwards because, frankly, I don't need any pictures of this woman in my life. She's hideous. Well, I mean, okay, sure. I just feel like when she gets dressed up or she puts her makeup on and I don't know. I mean, I think everybody's okay looking. I don't really think about that. But I don't know. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed, okay? That's the problem. I'm just disappointed. I think I get disappointed when I see women especially just be really particularly like terrible people. Wait, where is she? Oh, I see. Oh, Jesus Christ. Where is it? Oh my God. Sorry, everyone. I'm a little discombobulated. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, this is a better one. Okay, that's her. That's her. These. Oren! Yay! I'm glad you're here. We're just being silly. So those are her nails. She's got really long nails. I don't know if they're hers or they're fake. I don't really know. But she, that's her car. And that's the dog. She picked up a dog at the southern border when she went down to the border rally a year ago. She adopted a stray dog, which is really nice. The dog's really cute. Everything. She's pretty good to it, I think. Although I told her yesterday in my band chat, I said, I think your dog has to pee. Because she kept like, okay, Rebel or whatever the fuck its name is. Okay, Freedom. Whatever. Oh, those are acrylic. I don't know. How can she afford to get her nails done all the time? What the hell's going on with these chuds? Where are you getting all your money? Where are you getting all your money, bitch? All right. Goodbye, Soup Mama. You're an idiot. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't like vertical either. They are hideous. I mean, and she makes food and she doesn't wear gloves. Name the 600. That's right, bitch. Name the 600, Jen. Yep. 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 All right, let's go back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Oops. Why aren't you showing? Okay, there. All right. Here we go. Hi, Carla. Oh, I thought, we're talking about camper vans. No, Brett wants to have a conversation on Discord though, so we can share information. I think we might do that. If anybody's up for that. I don't know when you're available, Brett, but if you're up for that one of these days, we could open up the Discord room, which anybody can open the voice room, by the way. You can go in there and do activities and shit like that. I don't need to be there. But yeah, I would like to have that conversation. Yeah, and watch camper van videos. Fuck yeah. I would do that. We should do that on Sunday or something. What do you think, Brett? Should we do that on Sunday, like Sunday afternoon? Maybe we could do that. That would be kind of fun. I think I could do that. I know. I didn't want to get out of bed this morning. I'm going to be honest with you. I do not want to. What's a camper van video? Oh, iguana. A whole new world. A wondrous place for you and me. Ooh. No problem. We'll do it next weekend. Whenever. I'm down for whenever, actually. So name it. But it was Brett's idea, so I want to make sure Brett's there. Yeah, camper van videos are, I dream of living in a small space that is in an open space and no longer in an apartment building. I would like to, I'm down for that, Brett. Why don't you let me know? Why don't you hit me up when you're back and then we'll figure it out. But, don't do it if it's too much. We can do it another time. No problem. We can even do it during the week. We don't have to do it on the weekend. But yeah, it's just about living in a van and I don't know. I mean, no, I'm not that hardy in terms of living on the road. I'm not really a road traveler, but I would like a small space in a green space. Yeah, it's kind of like people that have outfitted their vans, and so there's really cute setups and really clever. It's like if you enjoy going to RV shows or boat shows, it might be for you. If you don't enjoy that kind of thing, it might not be for you. But I love boat shows and I love RV shows because I lived on a boat for a couple of years and I worked on boats down in Fort Lauderdale and up in Maine. And I love boats. I love everything about boats. If I could live on a boat again, I would do it in a fucking heartbeat. I would give up everything I have and I would move on the boat. It's so great. I love it. A simple life, beautiful. You feel like you're on vacation. I want a tiny house too. I want a tiny house. Ooh, the 1971 VW Westphalia. Oh, that's so cool. That's very cool. I just love that. I just want a little overlook or something, a little vista and a little building to sleep in where I'll be safe. That's what I want. I don't need much. I really don't. But that's a lot. I still realize that's a lot. Anyway, that's dreams. Hashtag dreams. Hashtag goals. Camper von Beethoven. Camper von Beethoven. What the fuck is that? Lee. Camping. I've also seen every episode of Treehouse Masters. I'm going to be honest, that's such a great show. That is such a great show. I agree. All right, we're going back to Johnny McEntee, bitches. But late in the game, McEntee would help get MAGA-approved people into top jobs. He helped orchestrate Trump's reshuffling of the Pentagon brass, including the firing of then U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper. He also tried with others to stack the Pentagon's top policy boards with close Trump allies. Had Trump won, McEntee would have played a key role in trying to implement Trump's planned Schedule F reforms that would have essentially turned tenure-track government jobs into at-will employees. So I think Johnny McEntee is one of those names that we should be listening for as we approach and hear more about the transition, because I could very well see that he's brought in the Office of Personnel Management again or something like that. You'd prefer like a bus? Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I want some. Yes, Gal has a lot of information. about McEntee, and I'm sure we can resurrect some of that. And also, I believe she has a Substack, by the way, which we should probably be referring to as well. And so that would be a good thing to go to. But yeah, we're going to have to rebuild some of our data storage. That's my retirement dream, a dog bus. Oh, Jen, that's so cute. You have to put water and coffee grounds in the coffee maker. What? Yeah. You have to put both of them in, or else it's just one or the other. Terrible. Oh my God. I'm not crying, you're crying. Since then, loyalty tests have become standard practice in Trump world. McEntee is now at the Heritage Foundation. You just eat the grounds. Yeah. I want a Sprinter conversion. I do too. We might need our own convoy of buses to move people across the country in the guise of camping. Oh, Lee. That's kind of brilliant. I like that. I like that a lot. McEntee is now at the Heritage Foundation, a conservative think tank where he's hoping to spearhead Project 2025, an initiative that calls for the next president to confront the deep state. If you want on a list of would-be Trump appointees, you have to send your phone number and fill out a detailed questionnaire, largely predicated on loyalty to Trump. I'm kind of curious about that. And they have a link. I have a big mouth, and I am Big Mouth Ron. Sprinters are badass. Hi, Tom. Can't stay. Was amazing to watch the blue sky take off in the past 3 days. Yeah. I've been thinking about these things since 2016. Lots of ideas to protect the vulnerable. We'll talk. That's a great idea, Lee. I'm down. Does blue sky require a phone number? I don't remember. I don't think it does. In fact, I'm pretty sure it doesn't, Iguana. But maybe someone else. No. Tom says no. Well, be safe, Tom. Have a good day if I don't see you. Hopefully see you tomorrow morning. Okay, I kind of want to... Oh, bitch. You guys are bitches. You guys are... You're going to make me... Oh, my God. They've paywalled me. Bitch. Okay, well, that's fine. You know what? No guts, no glory. I'll link it so that you can actually get access to it, because it's based on the number of whatevers. Fuck. That's fine. All right, no problem. All right, let me see what else is going on. Jen, my teleprompter is blank. There's nothing there. My mom has a delivery type van conversion. Pretty sweet. Paul J., that sounds really cool. My friend bought a Sprinter a year ago. She has a Prevost, which when her husband was alive, but he passed away. Oh, I'm sorry about that. The Prevost, isn't that the larger RV? Is that what that is, Butterflies? I think it's the more square RV or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. I'm just checking to see if there's anything really awesome happening, but there isn't. No, there isn't. No. Let's see. Ba-dup. Supreme Court hears cases on immigration law.
Morally and legally culpable.
Shit, sorry, guys.
And it may merit severe punishment, but it does not categorically involve the use of violent physical force against another. I would welcome the court's questions.
So in your thinking, if you poison someone and thereby cause the death of that person, that is, in your argument, under your argument, treated differently from withholding critical, say, heart medicine when someone is in the process of having a heart attack.
That's correct, Your Honor. So this court has described poison as having forceful physical properties that you would have put into contact with the victim by putting it in their drink. That's a very different situation than someone who, potentially through natural causes, slips into distress, and you don't take any action to put them into contact with any force, and there may not be any force involved if, for instance, it's a congenital disorder. So there's no force at all, and you wouldn't have used that force.
Actually, I'm going to start it over
I'm
again.
sorry, I don't know. You almost
Yeah,
seem
I'm going to
to
start
be
it over
talking
again.
proximate cause.
Because I want to hear the whole thing.
Understanding,
is that cool with
it
you
would have
guys?
said so. Even the government now acknowledges that other deadlines in the same section of IRIRA follow the traditional rule in light of a long-standing immigration regulation defining the word day. So the only way to adopt the government's interpretation is to believe that Congress used two different meanings of the word day in the same section of the same statute. There's simply no indication that Congress took that kind of split approach. The government's interpretation would also spell chaos for regulatory definitions and deadlines. In the government's view, even though Section 1001.1H provides a single definition for the word day, the immigration regulations actually use that term to mean different things throughout. And so the only way to tell which deadline follows which time calculation rule is to trace each deadline's history back through earlier and earlier versions of the Code and Code of Federal Regulations. Answering a question as simple as does my deadline fall on Saturday or Monday shouldn't depend on this kind of complex historical investigation, especially when deportation's on the line. The default rule for weekends and holidays exists precisely to avoid this kind of case-by-case guesswork. The government identifies no reason, and certainly no reason grounded in the text of the statute, to depart from that traditional rule. The court should read Section 1229C like any other statute and follow the usual rule for weekends and holidays. I welcome the court's questions.
1252A speaks in terms of a final removal order. Is there one involved in this case?
There is, Your Honor, and I would make 2 points. First, as you point out, subsection A1 speaks in terms of judicial review of a final order of removal. That's exactly what we're seeking. If we win in this case, the final order of removal that binds our client will say one thing. If we lose, it will say another. And the second point is this court has long recognized that BIA decisions on reopening and reconsideration are separate final orders that require a separate petition and are separately reviewable in the courts of appeals.
It seems that you're saying that a collateral consequence to a ruling on this is a part of the final order. How is that?
So the voluntary...
The order itself is not here, right?
I disagree, Your Honor, in 2 respects. So one, as I just pointed out, the court has consistently explained that a reconsideration or reopening decision is...
I thought we were talking about the 60, whether there are 60 days or 62 days to leave for voluntarily.
That's right, Your Honor. And the voluntary departure order at pages 42A and 43A of the petition appendix spell out the consequences if, on the one hand, our client files a timely motion to reopen, or, on the other hand, if our client fails to depart the country or files an untimely motion. There are 2 alternate orders of removal waiting in the wings.
There's the link to the background of this
one without,
case.
And this timeliness
I'll
determination
try and get it
directly affects
encapsulated.
which of those alternate orders of removal will take effect.
You argue and just did that this is a very simple question. But a good part of your argument is taking regulatory provisions and applying them to the statute. You say that that is the appropriate prism through which to read the statute. The prism test doesn't sound very straightforward and clear to me.
What you have in this case is everything pointing in the same direction. So start with the...
Let me read this to you. The question presented on this case that we're hearing right now is when a non-citizen's voluntary departure period ends on a weekend or a public holiday, is a motion to reopen filed the next business day sufficient to avoid the penalties for failure to depart? 9 people should not be telling 300 people anything. I agree. So that's the question we're hearing right now. When a non-citizen's voluntary departure period, which is 60 days, I believe, is what it refers to, falls on a weekend or a public holiday, is a motion to reopen filed the next business day sufficient to avoid the penalties for failure to depart? So this is interesting because these types of cases, I believe, are going to be more and more presented to the Supreme Court. So hearing, predictably, I guess, how justices could ask questions about it might give us some additional insight into the thinking. So here we go.
Regulations, Section 1001.1 provides a definition of day that has governed since the creation of the INA and that remained unchanged for a decade before this particular provision passed. And the government even acknowledges now that other deadlines in the same section of IRIRA follow that definition. So somebody picking up the statute in 1996 would have read the statute in light of that definition. But it's not just the regulation. As we point out, that regulation codifies an earlier practice that's reflected in Civil Rule 6A, which this court and the BIA have looked to. That rule itself codifies earlier decisions, like this court's decision in Street, that recognized a general principle that when a power can be exercised up until a certain day, if that day is a Sunday or holiday, it can be exercised the next business day. And those decisions recognized an even, encapsulated even...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Encapsulated an even earlier common law principle. And so somebody reading the statute in 96 would have had no reason to deviate from all of those things pointing to the same interpretation.
But your argument evolves, right? I mean, as I read your brief anyway, the Sunday provision was pretty clear early on, but then Saturday kind of crept in there somewhere along the way. And so usually we think of statutory timing deadlines as not sort of flexible in that way.
2 points, Your Honor. First, I would just return to the regulation and say that that definition, which was in place for years before this statute passed, encapsulated Saturday, and that
right, but we're talking about the statute, so.
Right, and I think that regulation encapsulates an earlier principle that has not changed over time. So the way I would frame the principle generally is that there are certain days, you can call them certain legally recognized days of rest, you can call them non-business days, you can use the Latin term dies non juridicus. That principle recognizes that when a deadline or time period expires on one of those legally recognized days of rest, it carries over to the next day. But the days that are legally recognized days of rest can change over time. And so with respect to Saturday, of course, there was a change in the 20th century as Saturday came to be recognized as a day that's akin to Sunday on
Whoa, what happened?
With
okay. Sorry, they went silent for a minute.
Difference in how day is defined with respect to court obligations, or I don't know where they get the word substantive from, or substantive obligations, correct?
That's right.
But if I look at the old soil, why don't I look at the law itself, the INA law, and when Congress wanted to talk about calendar days, it used calendar day instead of the word day, correct? I'm looking at 8 U.S.C. 1228b3, which has to do with the Attorney General not executing any order for expedited removal until 14 calendar days have passed, correct?
I confess I'm not familiar with that particular provision, but our position generally is that Congress can deviate from this principle, and
something like this would be a clear deviation.
I think it probably would be.
All right. Now, I want to go back to the jurisdictional question that Justice Thomas started with. The government didn't raise this jurisdictional point before the 10th Circuit, did it?
It did not.
And it raised it in its petition for opposition, but you didn't reply to it till your reply, correct?
That's correct.
Has this percolated among other courts yet?
I don't believe this particular issue, well, I should say this, I don't think it's really disputed that there's jurisdiction in this case.
I agree, because after Mata, we said motions to reconsider have an independent jurisdictional basis, correct?
That's right.
So hard to think why anybody would think they didn't have jurisdiction. But if we were to accept the government's ruling, do you know what other consequences this would have?
I think if you accept the government's view of jurisdiction in this case, it would be either a real sea change for immigration law, because it would mean that reopening and reconsideration decisions aren't separately reviewable, as this court has consistently pointed out in Reyes Mata, in Kuchana against Holder and other cases, the
government says this is a one-off case. I don't know whether we would have granted cert if we knew it was one-off to start with, that everybody else appeals the order to remove, but you didn't. So I guess my question is, assuming we rule the way the government wants us to, do we know fully the consequences of that?
I think it would be a lot of make-weight arguments in the courts of appeals. The government doesn't dispute, nor could it, that courts of appeals have jurisdiction to
Counsel,
review—
stop going to the substance. I'm trying to ask you a question. The government, given that this is a new issue before us, isn't the best way to deal with it is to let the court below address what consequences there are to this jurisdictional issue?
I agree the court doesn't need to weigh into the jurisdictional issue beyond recognizing that this case falls within 1252A1. I do think there would be confusion if the court were to side with the government, because the government doesn't dispute that courts of appeals can review this exact issue. It just thinks you have to bundle it with other arguments. There's nothing in the text of the statute that requires it.
Well, I think, as I understood Justice Sotomayor, Mr. Cedrone, one of what she was asking to talk about was what collateral consequences, errors that the government might make in a reopening petition that's denied that would be unreviewable. I mean, one consequence here would be, say you were clearly within the 60 days, there was no doubt about it, and the government said you weren't. That would be unreviewable, I think, on the government's jurisdictional theory, because it wouldn't affect the order of it wouldn't affect the removability of your client, even though it would impose a 10-year bar outside the country erroneously. Are there other such consequences like that that you can think of?
I think there are all sorts of things that get decided in reopening or reconsideration decisions that are distinct from removability, but nevertheless go to the terms of your final order of removal. So Congress contemplated that people would seek reopening often years after a final order of removal because of changed factual circumstances or other things. And under subsection B9, the statute contemplates that all of these things will get funneled into a proceeding in the Court of Appeals. And so to say that that this should have been raised differently doesn't account for the fact that this is the proceeding in which these issues should be raised.
Mr. Cedrone, can I ask you one question about jurisdiction, one question about the merits? On jurisdiction, Justice Sotomayor pointed out that this seems to be a one-off case. Just want to clarify with you, and the government can speak to this too if the answer is different. How often does it happen that someone like your client simply challenges the motion to reconsider and not the underlying order? Is this very unusual so that this jurisdictional question wouldn't really frequently arise?
I confess that I don't have a sense of the balance of that, other than to say that, as I was just describing, motions to reopen often come up years after the final order of removal and may involve questions of changed factual circumstances or other things that entitle you to relief from removal. And so I think on the government's view, this case is a one-off, not in that the government is taking the position that this issue is never reviewable, just that you have to bundle it in your petition with some sort of challenge, however slight, to your removability to seize the court of jurisdiction. And I don't see any support for that in the statute.
Okay, my question on the merits. Most of the time when we think about this, and as I understand the regulatory backdrop, when we're thinking about filing something, the reason why it gets bumped over to, say, a Monday from a Saturday is that the court's closed. But could your client have departed on a Saturday? It just, that strikes me as the difference here, that this isn't governing filing dates or something that you're doing. It's just saying that your authorization to be in the country expires, at that 60-day mark. And it's not that the court was closed. I mean, your client could have departed, right?
That's true. I can't dispute the factual premise that often somebody can get on a plane or drive across the border on a Saturday. This principle is deeper than that, and there are several indications that this principle is not just about court closures or filings. I think the best evidence of that is to go, I'll start with the regulation and work outwards. So the regulatory definition of day in section 1001.1 says that definition of day, which builds in the traditional rule, applies to any action in immigration regulations. Even on the government's theory of how that deadline applies, That principle applies to things like getting married to maintain your visa status, regulatory deadlines for getting fingerprinted after you enter the country, regulatory deadlines for taking a citizenship test. So these are all things that are not filing, not court-related. Working outward from there, Rule 6A, as we've pointed out, also applies to any applicable statute and any court order. And so that, of course, covers things like filing in district court, but it also covers things, we give examples at page 18 of our reply brief, of injunctions that a court might enter imposing substantive obligations on a party. So say you're a defendant in a trade secret suit, you're found liable, the court might enter an order at the end of the case saying, defendant, you have 30 days to turn over the misappropriated property. Under Rule 6A, that 30-day deadline clearly follows the traditional rule. And then working even outward from there, we have examples like, at page 28 of our brief, cases like the Aetna case applying this traditional principle to deadlines under ERISA, which binds private parties, private plans, requires them to take all sorts of actions vis-a-vis
See you later.
each other
Thanks for coming.
outside the context of litigation. And then this court's decision in Street, which applied this principle to a statute that sets time limits on the president's authority to take action. As we explained in the brief, that statute in Street is parallel to this statute. Section 1229C gives the Attorney General the authority to grant voluntary departure and then places a time limit on it. The statute in Street worked similarly. The court applied the traditional rule there. It should apply the traditional rule here.
Counsel, you have an argument that there should be a rule that applies in all situations, and it just causes a lot of confusion if it's not uniform. I get that. But put all of that aside, can you think of any practical reason why Congress would have wanted to give a 2-day extension when what's involved is something that can be done just as easily on a Saturday or a Sunday as a Monday? There were reasons for the rules about filing because courts were closed. Some of the things that you mentioned are things that would be more difficult, perhaps, to accomplish on a weekend. Originally, perhaps the rule for Sunday was based on religion. You might argue that it should be extended to Saturday if your counsel, if your client has if that is a holy day, a special day for your particular client. But I can't think of any practical reason why there should be a different rule for departing the country.
Yeah, so I think there's two practical reasons, one more substantive and one more procedural. This traditional rule, in our view, stems from a general principle that there are certain legally set-aside days where, presumptively at least, the government can't ask people to do stuff. And so the persistence of this rule, even in the face of 24/7 e-filing, shows that this is a principle that's deeper than just impracticability.
Well, I mean, that doesn't strike me as a practical reason. Why can't they say you've got to get out of the country in 60 days? You can get out of the country just as easily on a Saturday or a Sunday as you can on a Monday.
I'll mention just as a side, some of the amicus briefs go into the fact that it may well be more difficult to travel on the weekends, but I guess putting that aside, the second practical reason, the procedural one, is that we're talking about deadlines with severe consequences. The question of how and when your deadline runs should be easily understood and easily calculated, especially when there are severe consequences. And on the government's view, you have to undertake a case-by-case determination for each deadline in the regulations and each deadline in the INA. Maybe I could give an example. So there's a 180-day deadline in the regulations, section 1003.23, a 180-day for seeking relief from in absentia removal. That regulatory deadline doesn't cross-reference the statute. So you might think, if you pick up the regulation and pick up the definition, you know how it applies.
Well, but then seeking relief, that's requiring you to file some sort of a document.
That's true, although as my colloquy with Justice Barrett explained, there are other deadlines in the regulations, like things like getting married and getting fingerprinted. And the point is that on the government's view, even though that regulatory deadline is facially clear, you need to go to the INA and see if there's a statutory analog for that 180-day deadline. It turns out there is in section 1229A. But even then, you're not done. On the government's view, now you have to construct a family tree for the statutory deadline and the regulatory deadline and see which one came first, Only then can you figure out if your deadline is on a Saturday or Monday.
I may understand it. This is the argument for a uniform rule. It makes things simpler. So I get that. I get that.
Yeah, and I think
it's not only that it's simpler, but the INA is filled with provisions like this where the individual's activities
you just
are
woke up
tied
to
the
Alito's
government's
voice.
activities, correct?
Sorry.
That's right.
And here, Section 1302, going back to Justice Barrett's question in part, says that when someone's visiting the United States, if they're going to stay longer than 30 days, it says the provision states that non-citizens who remain in the U.S. for 30 days or longer must apply for registration and be fingerprinted before the expiration of such 30 days. So that's very clear, like our 60 days here. Under the government's theory, I don't know whether they can be fingerprinted by the government on Saturday or Sunday. We'd have to figure that out, correct?
Right.
We'd have to figure out whether the agency is open for them to register on Saturday and Sunday, correct?
Right.
So these are the practical difficulties. With respect to the issue here, yes, there is a obligation on the alien to depart, but there's also a responsibility tied to the motion to reopen, correct? Which is a court activity.
That's exactly right.
So it's not simply an obligation that's tied only to the individual. If the individual does something, then the government has an obligation to dismiss their order of removal and give them additional time, correct?
That's right, and I think it's telling that the regulations tie this departure deadline to a filing deadline. It shows that in the government's view, at least before, these things maybe aren't that different at all. But the confusion, as your questioning highlights, there are hundreds of instances of the word day in Title 8 of the Code of Federal Regulations, and dozens, if not a couple hundred of instances in the INA. And the government's view that for each of those, not only that the statute and regulations require somebody for each of those to undertake this intricate analysis of statutory and legislative history, it just doesn't make sense, especially, I mean, it's hard enough for lawyers to figure out in an individual case, in an individual deadline under the government's view, is it Saturday or Monday? The idea that pro se non-citizens...
Are you seriously... go ahead.
No, good.
Do you seriously think that there are people in the position of your client who rely on this? Well, this is really important for me to get out of the country or withdraw my acquiescence in voluntary departure within 60 days. But while I read this, so I've got another 2 days. I mean, seriously?
Seriously, and let me make 3 points. First, there are plenty of immigration organizations that provide guidance to non-citizens about how deadlines apply. Secondly, that accords with...
if you were providing advice, would you say, well, okay, you got the extra 2 days? Would you?
I mean, if the government's position is adopted in this case, certainly not. But I think in the absence of that, everything points...
What if someone had a surgery? What if anything happened? What if they just wanted every minute with their child?
Say, well, you got the extra 2 days.
Yes, I would. And let me make 2 other points. One is that for a non-citizen in immigration proceedings, even on the government's view, basically every deadline up until this final order follows the traditional rule. So if you're a non-citizen going through immigration proceedings, you know my brief is due on a Saturday, that means it's due on a Monday. I need to file an appeal on a Saturday, that means it's due on a Monday. It's only this very last deadline that follows a different rule. So I do think that would be a trap for the unwary. And the last point I would make is that, yes, I think when you have everything consistently pointing in the same way, not just in the law, but the D.C. Circuit made this point in Sherwood, this rule is not just a lawyerly contrivance, it's also meant to capture the way that things work out in the world, in business, in society. And so just one concrete example, the motion that was filed in this case was sent by FedEx priority overnight on a Friday. That means it gets there Monday morning. And I'm not suggesting that anything in our case turns on the vagaries of FedEx's shipping policies. It's just to say that even in business, overnight on a Friday sometimes means Monday. This is a principle that applies across the board.
Do you know whether the government, in fact, applies this rollover rule to anything that's not a filing deadline? I mean, you mentioned fingerprinting, you mentioned marriage, but what is the government's policy as to anything that's not a filing deadline?
I think the AILA amicus brief gets into this most clearly. It provides examples of immigration judges applying this day in and day out. I think most of the examples we've collected are actually in the voluntary departure context. But I think there are other examples in that brief as well of situations where this applies. And I should point out, this is, in the voluntary departure context, for example, it's a 60-day statutory ceiling. So an immigration judge in an individual case could, for example, set the deadline earlier or set the deadline on a date certain. This is just about the rule that applies, absent another indication.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito? No. So, ma'am. Justice Gorsuch? Yeah. Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Barrett? Yeah. Justice Jackson?
Can I just ask, it's a trap for the unwary because the filing of the motion triggers the extension. Is that right?
In our view, the departure deadline and the motion deadline move together. So it's the 60-day voluntary departure deadline.
Yeah.
We are the outer
the government's
net.
view operates differently than every other deadline.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I guess I was trying to I hear Justice Alito raising the point that if a person is told they have 60 days to get out of the country, when we're getting to day 58, 59, or whatever, they should be ready to go. And so are they getting 2 extra days, or like what is happening? And I guess your response is that the way that the rules operate, if that person files a motion, that motion then needs to be resolved by the court and the person can stay until that happens. So what's really the trap is that ordinarily when you file a motion, you get to the following Monday if the deadline is over the weekend, and that's the way it works in every other scenario. And yet here you'd be filing the motion and it wouldn't.
That's exactly right. I think that captures it, and that's what happened to our client in this case with quite severe consequences if the government's view is adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Yang?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Section 1229C's maximum 60-day period for voluntary departure is not extended when the last day falls on a weekend or a holiday. The requirement to arrange for travel and to depart the United States involves primary conduct in the real world. Nothing prevents departure on weekends or holidays, when many prefer to travel. And unlike contexts involving the timing of litigation-based or administrative acts before courts or agencies, no tradition, by rule or otherwise, potentially exists for extending statutory deadlines for primary conduct. But first, statutory jurisdiction is lacking in the highly...
Who the fuck is that? That's not Stephen Miller, is it? Because he has to be a lawyer to argue, right? Who the hell is that voice? I gotta find out. I think it's in the case thing that I linked at the top.
Typical posture here. Section 1252A1 grants jurisdiction to review final orders of removal. But in petitioner's case, it does not involve review of a final order of removal. It does not affect the validity of a final order of removal, and it does not even affect how you would implement a final order of removal. Moreover, petitioner has other avenues for judicial review of the timing issue here. He could seek APA review after unsuccessfully seeking DHS to return his voluntary departure bond or to adjust his status in the country. Now, on the merits, Section 1229C's test reflects the default rule that the 60-day statutory minimum means what it says. And neither common law tradition nor the definition of day for certain regulations supports a contextual exception here in the context of primary conduct. Similarly, there are other statutes governing similar primary conduct. The 90-day period to depart after entering the United States through the visa waiver program or on a K visa to marry does not allow stays of 93 days. The 29-day statutory period for a ship crewman to temporarily land does not extend to 32 days. And petitioner identifies no examples of extending statutory periods for engaging in such primary conduct. Now, the question whether Section 1229CD's penalties apply for failing to depart timely is a distinct question. Those sanctions apply only if this non-citizen voluntarily fails to depart timely.
The law firms are on the
not argued
background case that I pinned to the top.
non-voluntary, or when it's non-voluntary, and the 60-day period itself cannot be extended. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Yang, did you raise the jurisdictional issue below?
We raised a different one, not this one. We raised this issue in our op. It'll be abbreviated form, but we did in our op.
Petitioner argues that this is in fact non-jurisdictional and that you waived it.
Actually, no, this is the DOJ.
Yes.
So this is
jurisdictional.
This should be a lawyer for the
A1 provides for review of a final order
for the
of
DOJ.
removal, and that's the jurisdictional provision because it applies the Hobbs Act. The Hobbs Act provision, the jurisdictional provision of the Hobbs Act is Section 2342. It provides review in the Court of Appeals of 7 distinct types of orders, but not orders in the immigration context, only orders from other agencies. So the way, as Mata recognizes, the way that there is jurisdiction here is 1252A1 grants jurisdiction to review final orders of removal, and then just plugs that into the Hobbs Act.
And when you say final order of removal, what do you think that encompasses?
Yeah, I think there's a few things, and this is after the court's decision in Nasrallah.
Are they going to be swept up in that
It is the following. It is the final order of removal itself.
Now, what does that mean, the final order of removal itself? Is it just the determination that somebody ought to be removed, or is it everything else that appears in the final order?
Not the latter. We made that argument. It was rejected in Nasrallah. The Nasrallah says the final order of removal either finds the citizen deportable or orders deportation.
I know, but it's the DOJ.
That's
I fucked up.
But it also says anything that affects the validity of the final order.
That's why that's only the first category of things. There are issues that affect.
If I might just.
Teresa!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, we're just listening to the fucking
one provision in this particular final order is that you're going to be barred for 10 years from seeking reentry into the country if you don't voluntarily remove yourself within 60 days. That's actually written in the final order, and this litigation tests the validity of that, doesn't it?
No.
Doggy.
Okay. And I'll explain why. This is really important. Pages 42A.
I agree with that.
42A and 43A of the appendix are what petitioner relies upon. That is the tail end of the BIA's decision on the appeal. Not rehearing, not reconsideration, and not reopening. It says 2 orders. Order, appeal dismissed, order, voluntary departure. Then it has, these are in bold, all caps.
I've read it. It says warning.
But it says notice. It says notice if you fail to voluntarily depart. There are civil penalties, and you're ineligible. Nothing's going to change with that. That's true. If you fail to voluntarily depart, there are sanctions. It's just identifying.
But the order operates entirely differently under your view versus under Mr. Cedrone's view. One might say the order operates entirely differently depending on whether one takes the view of the original immigration judge or the later view of the board. I mean, this rollover thing makes the order into a different order with different consequences.
It does not change the order. The bottom line of the order, and the only thing that these orders ultimately require here that wouldn't allow for judicial review later, is this alien, non-citizen is deportable and shall be removed. That's it, period. There are collateral consequences, but as I noted in my intro, those collateral consequences can be challenged separately. For instance, on every non-citizen who's granted voluntary departure, they must post a monetary bond. We keep the bond. If they want the bond back, they simply say, I want my bond back. DHS will adjudicate. Here, DHS has already said, you violated this is in footnote 4 of our brief, you violated the voluntary departure period, therefore we're keeping your bond. He could challenge that before the agency's administrative process and then seek APA review. He could, while he's in the country, for instance, seek to adjust status with DHS. DHS would probably say, can't adjust status, you're barred. Then you get judicial review of that through normal APA review. What's happening here is a jurisdictional provision that is designed to review only final orders of removal is being used to review something that has nothing to do with final order of removal.
But Mr. Yang, you in making that argument seem to be relying on Nasrallah and suggesting that only orders that relate to the removability qualify as affecting the validity. Am I wrong about that? No.
I haven't quite finished the categories of things that were captured. There's the final order of removal.
Okay.
As Nasrallah explains, there are things that affect its validity, which then merge into the final order.
Yeah.
In addition, you can raise issues together with the final order of removal, and there's another category which we think is included. Review of a final order should include rulings that affect how to implement the final order.
Oh,
for instance,
there we go.
Right? How to implement the final order.
Yeah. How are you going to implement this final order? Is a fellow barred from the country for 10 years or not?
That's not in the final order.
Oh, it actually does say warning, but at any rate.
Thank you. It says, all that simply does, the final order says several warnings.
I mean, where do you get all this from 1252? I mean, I thought you were a good textualist, Mr. Yang.
Well, when I start,
it says that we have authority, the Court of Appeals has authority to review final orders of removal. That's it. That's what it says.
And it says that judicial review of all other questions, this is the zipper clause in B9, are available only in judicial review of a final order under this section.
All right, if it's so obvious, how come you didn't raise it below?
That I can't speak to.
Oh, neither can I.
I guess.
Can we hold it?
But this is jurisdictional. It's not something that we.
Is it? I mean, jurisdictional, as Justice Ginsburg used to love to say, is a word of too many meanings.
This is the big J, jurisdictional meaning. This is because 1252A1 only grants jurisdiction through the Hobbs Act to review final orders of removal. And we think you can expand that a little bit, but when the case has nothing to do with the final order of removal, it is not the final order, it does not affect its validity.
All right.
Mr. Yang, not only did you not raise it, I thought you affirmatively represented to the 10th Circuit that there was jurisdiction in this case.
No, we said there wasn't, but for a different reason.
You said there wasn't, but not for this reason.
Statutory prohibition.
All right, so what do you do about the fact that Nasrallah itself recognized that evidentiary rulings merge into final orders? I mean, most evidentiary rulings are going to be collateral in the sense that you're talking about. So why is it that this is not?
No, because an evidentiary ruling that's, I mean, if the judge admitted something and then said, well, this is completely irrelevant, has nothing to do with anything, maybe that would be the case.
Well, this is not completely irrelevant. I mean, this, as Justice Gorsuch keeps emphasizing, has to impose serious consequences on the defendant. So what I'm saying is an evidentiary ruling that doesn't go to directly whether or not a person is removable under Nasrallah counts because it's still a part of the final order for the purpose of reviewability.
The final order here is an order of removal. It grants voluntary departure. The only collateral consequences that arise from the decision on reopening and then reconsideration. But petitioner's not even seeking to challenge the reopening decision.
So would it matter if he had?
Yes, because a reopening decision, now you can't make a frivolous claim. I mean, Bell versus Hood and Steele Co. makes clear there's no jurisdiction over frivolous claims. But if you have a good faith claim that you're challenging the motion to reopening, you're moving to reopen, and that itself will affect either the validity of the final order or it could affect how the final order is implemented.
So what if he had done that here and not just
fart rainbows?
Well, then we wouldn't be making the jurisdictional argument because he would have been arguing that it should have been reopened, one, because I provided sufficient new evidence as required, and I'm not barred. And both of those arguments would be teed up.
Could he have challenged the collateral consequences as Justice Gorsuch was talking about through a motion to reopen? Is that the government's position?
No.
No. Okay.
No. The collateral consequences
I'll post
later,
that meme.
Right? Okay. It comes up when you are
I choose Jesus.
denied a benefit or when you don't get your bond, and he can challenge those in those contexts in the country.
Okay, so you can challenge even things that are not having to do with your categories that you just gave me, so long as you have another challenge that does.
Yeah, it's a normal APA challenge, not a challenge to a final order of removal.
This is where we need some immigration reform so that we're not, it's not a factory for citizenship, frankly, or whatever. Like we need to have that conversation. I don't care. I mean, I want. We set ourselves up as a country of immigrants.
No, it would because
after we stole land from the people who were here first and subjugated them.
No, it would. If he had challenged the motion to reopen by saying.
So if we've done done this, then we need to stick with those ideals and figure out how to make it work for everybody.
To affect the final order.
Yeah, but in that litigation, a court might say your Ms. Perez argument's no good.
Sure,
but you don't have to wait 10 years.
Set a high bar
Sure, but the
for
fact
this country, so let's achieve that bar.
The fact that you might lose doesn't mean there's not jurisdiction to seek review.
Let me ask you another question on the merits, if I might, and then I'll let you go.
Sure.
Promise. Well, maybe not.
Jen, that's so
I'm happy to be here as long as you'd like to.
I take the common law point that it usually has to do with court deadlines. But your regulation is clear. It says all, any. And you've had this regulation for a very long time. And normally the government really likes its regulations. It used to come up here and say we have to defer to them. Now it comes up here and says we should give them great respect when they're contemporaneous and long-standing, which check both those boxes here, right?
What about Roe? Sorry, sir.
You're running from your regulations. I mean, it's sort of like garlic in front of a vampire. You don't want to have anything to do with them.
Well, I don't know that that's quite right. The regulation at issue here is not a general definition of day throughout the immigration context. It is limited textually in two specific ways. One, it only applies only to regulations, not statutes. Secondly, it applies only when the period of action is provided in the regulation. And we don't think that applies. Section 1229C is a statutory provision, so 1221A, or 1221, Section 11 would not apply. No regulatory antecedent to which 11 would have applied exists. And the implementing regulations, and this is on page 8A of the appendix to our brief, say that the maximum is 60 days as set forth in Section 240B of the Act. It's not saying that the maximum is set forth in the regulations. It's saying that the Act is what sets forth the maximum.
Counsel, you began your argument by emphasizing the distinction between this type of deadline and general court deadlines. I don't quite understand that. I mean, this is a deadline for the courts as well. The courts can't exercise jurisdiction if depending upon how.
Isn't the issue that the Act establishes both the filing date for an appeal and the date by which you have to leave the country? Isn't the fact that those two things happen on the same day the problem? Isn't that the problem? Why? Maybe it should be that if your date to leave the country falls on a weekend. I mean, this seems a lot. Like, it feels to me like the problem is that those two dates really can't coexist on the same date. You have to make a decision. Yeah, I know. My son and I are living on hope that humans can be decent. Well, there's a strong third of them that aren't, but that's where we find ourselves. I know. Our kids are definitely my hope. Anyway, but that's too simple. And probably there's something very flawed in my argument, so I understand. That's all right. I got it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just here.
How we rule. I don't know how that's any different than our deadline for filing a cert petition. I mean, it affects what the outside conduct, but it also binds the court.
It's true that it can have legal consequences, but when I make the distinction between primary conduct in the real world and things that are concerning actions in litigation, things like filing deadlines or other things that's what I'm talking about. That's where, we disagree.
So I completely understand the rationale for that, but that appears no place in any statute or in any regulation that you're talking to. So that's, I mean, that would be an entirely atextual limit on this regulation in particular.
I don't think so, because the general rule, the default rule, is the text, and the text we think is clear. The question is whether to seek a contextual exception from the text. And our point is the exceptions, if they apply, only apply in these other contexts, not contexts involving
I guess I don't understand this. I thought that we had been talking about a general regulation that has a rollover principle in it, and that says that's the way the agency is going to understand what the word day means in this, when it confronts 60-day periods or 30-day periods or what have you. And the argument that you are making, sort of filing deadlines versus everything else, or things that are about primary conduct versus things that are primarily about court conduct, that just doesn't appear in the agency's own regulation respecting this issue.
That's true.
That's what I keep
the regulation, though, is itself limited only to, one, regulations that use the word day, and two, only those that set the time to take action itself.
It's so good.
Not
so
statutory
underrated.
times to take action. So if you're looking for an exception, it doesn't lie there. That's our point. And the statute says this period shall not exceed 60 days. That's 60 days. I mean,
right, we don't really understand what's beneath us right now, do we?
Right? The period for departure may not exceed 60 days, but where is the authority that says that if you file a motion for reopening,
I certainly think writing it off as,
you can stay until that
as fear porn or whatever is first of all an overstatement, and
no,
second
so what
of all,
happens is
doesn't
this all follows from DADA in 2008 and the regulations
doesn't appreciate
that were
what people who will be on the severe end of
a motion to reopen or a
this
motion
type
to
of
reconsider
regime.
Before
It's that
the
those are
voluntary
the people
departure
that I
period
feel like
ends,
if I become
it
complacent,
withdraws
then
your
I'm
request for
really
voluntary
giving in
departure.
on
What
behalf of
happens
other
then is you are
people, and I don't want to do
immediately
that.
subject to an
Does that
order
make
of
sense?
deportation, and we could remove you from the country like that.
I
We
see.
just
So
don't.
I guess my question is, why isn't this then also implicating the courts? Several of my colleagues have sort of raised this. I mean, if your filing of a particular motion has the consequence of affecting a withdrawal and therefore starting the process of actual removal,
right.
Why wouldn't the deadlines that apply to filing motions or the regulations that apply to filing motions be implicated?
Because the voluntary departure deadline exists regardless whether any filing is made.
That's the case of anything.
No, that's not, because Congress says your time to voluntary depart is 60 days, period. If you do nothing, you got to voluntarily depart in 60 days. There's no filing. And the filing deadline for a motion to reopen is 90 days. It's timely. If it's this motion to reopen was timely. It was within the 90 days. The voluntary departure deadline is a separate one governing primary conduct. The fact that the petitioner wanted to get it in, his motion in before that separate deadline expired, doesn't convert that separate deadline into a filing deadline.
Can I take you back to the jurisdictional question and make sure that I understand your answer?
But one is longer than the other.
If this petitioner had wanted
making
to
it almost impossible to use the last 30 days
reflected
to
in the
file.
denial of the motion to reopen, how would he have done that? He should have taken that straight to court, you're saying?
Well, he could have done it in multiple ways. He could have, if he wanted to do it in the context of the removal proceedings, not
happy to be in the background.
going to the collateral consequences. Because remember, he could challenge the withholding of the bond, or
and
he
could
now move DHS to adjust status,
totally
and when denied because he didn't.
That's separate. This is a really simple question having to do with this petitioner who has just found out that with very severe consequences, his understanding of what counts as timely conduct is wrong. And how does he challenge that determination?
So if he could challenge the motion to reopen on judicial review, he could have sought reconsideration and then challenged both the motion to reopen and the motion for reconsideration.
Okay, so let's stop there. He could challenge it in court is the first thing, and then you said the second thing is he could challenge it as long as he included a challenge to his removability. That was the second thing. And I guess what I want to say is, I mean, this strikes me as a very strange rule that you're precluding him from doing what actually seems, from the agency's own perspective, the sensible thing. In other words, he's seeking exhaustion of administrative remedies. Before he goes to court, he wants to make sure that the agency itself has thought about this question sufficiently. And then you say, well, he has to attach it to a challenge about removability, but he's saying he doesn't have a challenge about removability, so you're asking him to make up a completely meritless claim in order to get jurisdiction. And how do either one of those things make sense? This is a man who's really trying to, get the agency to focus on this timeliness determination that has just arisen in the denial of his motion to reopen. He did what I would think the agency would want him to do.
Well, I will say that where this comes from is the text. That is, there's review only of a final order of removal. That's 1252A1. It then goes to Nasrallah, which interpreted final order of removal. Now, our argument in Nasrallah...
Okay, that's completely non-responsive to the question that I just asked.
No, why, our position is following the text in this court's
Okay,
decision.
well, let me ask you about the text then. Is this a question of law and fact arising from any action taken or proceeding brought to remove an alien from the United States?
It is, in the latter part of that provision,
All right,
you continue reading.
And so what I'm reading is 1252 B9, otherwise known as the zipper clause, and this clearly fits into that. It is a question of law and fact arising from an action taken or proceeding brought to remove an alien. And then it says, any of those questions shall be available only in judicial review of a final order under this section. Now, wouldn't you read that to say that all those other questions that fall into that first part of the provision are, in fact, reviewable
Not if there's not a final order. If there's not review of the final order of removal, it doesn't fall within that that's what the text says. It's available only in judicial review of a final order. That's
but
under
didn't
the
we judicial review of a final order is understood to include all of those questions.
That was rejected by this court in Nasrallah. We argued
but
that a final order
was
included
not
under the zipper clause, that kind of thing goes into a final order. The court rejected that. They said, no, that was under the FOTI framework. That all changed. Now we're going to apply the definition in the INA. That definition means a final order of removal either finds a non-citizen deportable or orders deportation. There's another category, things that affect the validity of that.
Mr. Yang, you keep skipping over Mata, and that's what I don't understand. You keep going to Nasrallah, but in Mata, I thought the court made clear that the INA's grant of jurisdiction over final orders of removal encompasses review of decisions refusing to reopen or reconsider such orders. Here we have a decision refusing to reconsider or reopen. Nasrallah did not involve a decision refusing to reconsider or reopen. So why doesn't Mata's determination that those kinds of decisions actually do?
Because Mata recognizes that reopening and reconsideration can be subject to review. It doesn't say everything. So, for instance, take an alien who's a soccer fan and says, I move for reconsideration. I want you to include in your opinion the statement, I'm as good of a soccer player as Lionel Messi.
I don't think you should trivialize this case.
No, this is actually,
No, because it doesn't affect the final order of removal.
But Mr. Yang, Mata says that there are certain categories of orders, those that go to reopening and reconsideration, that do count as final orders of removal. That seems to me to be a simple, clear line that judges can apply when we determine whether or not we have jurisdiction, and it's one that makes sense. You want us to drill down only certain orders of reopening or reconsideration count.
It's hard to avoid the final order of removal language because that's where the only jurisdictional grant
I'm not avoiding it. I'm saying Mata interpreted it. Mata interpreted final orders of removal to, quote, encompass review of decisions refusing to reopen or reconsider such orders. And we have such a decision in this case. What I hear you saying is, yes, but only certain decisions that refuse to reopen or reconsider count. And you want us to look at the extent to which the person in their application made certain arguments. It seems like a very technical way to go about this when we have a case that already interprets motions or decisions that encompass review of refusing to reopen or reconsider as final orders of removal for this purpose.
Mata did not say that every motion to reopen and every motion to reconsider, regardless of what it concerns, is subject to the jurisdictional provision. And our point is
but why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? We are talking about the power of the court to hear a person's claim. We're not saying whether or not his claim is meritorious, whether or not, why wouldn't the rule that makes sense that Congress intended when it was talking about jurisdiction be that the final order of removal and any subsequent attempts to get the court to revisit or get the agency to revisit through a motion for reopening or a motion for reconsideration all fits in the umbrella of things that the court would review.
Because when the issue concerns a matter as collateral as this, and in addition—
It's not collateral because it relates to the final order of removal in the way that Mata indicated.
And in addition, where you have judicial review elsewhere, Congress would have thought that those collateral consequences could be pursued, but in a different judicial forum, in a different way. It's not unusual here. When we're talking about removal proceedings, where it doesn't affect the order of removal in any way. It really doesn't. This is all collateral. This order of removal is unchanged. There's not a word on that page in, 42 and 43A that would change. Nothing. They say it would change, but how are you going to change it? Notice, if you fail to voluntarily depart following what happened. That's right. Nothing's changing there. The only collateral consequences
well,
arise
but the
from the
meaning
subsequent—
of that provision has changed. I mean, and that provision is in the overall order of removal. You're insisting on saying that the order of removal is just the conclusion as to removability. But in fact, it has it makes reference to other matters, including voluntary departure. And the meaning of the voluntary departure provision, how it's implemented, how it operates on the ground, completely changes depending on whose view of timeliness one adopts.
The order doesn't change. It's no different than a sentence, a criminal sentence. If this criminal sentence says, we're going to impose supervised release, and if you commit a federal crime while on supervised release, it's a violation. That judgment doesn't say you've committed another federal crime. You got to wait for a separate order about whether or not you violated the terms of supervised release. That's the same here. This is simply saying, if the following happens, these are consequences. The separate order that really addresses whether they happened is the motion to reopen, which they're not challenging, and a motion for reconsideration, which they are. And that's the only thing they're challenging, and it doesn't affect the final order removal. I think it's also important to just note the consequences or the penalty that's imposed by CD of a monetary sanction or ineligibility for certain relief, like cancellation and adjustment of status, only applies if the non-citizen voluntarily fails to depart in the time period specified. And the board has interpreted that provision in a case called Simijuska. It's 21 INN decision 89.
What if he's in the hospital or he or she is in the hospital?
You do not voluntarily
at the time
fail
they're supposed to be
depart
removed.
if, through no fault of your own, you're unaware of the grant of voluntary departure or you're physically unable to depart. So my point by this discursion is to explain that whether or not the non-citizen is subject to these penalties is a separate inquiry. If, for instance—
Mr. Yang, can I just interrupt and ask you a question? So you didn't make this argument in the 10th Circuit. Has the government made this in any court?
This is a very rare case, rarely arises, so we've not made it, and it's also an argument that builds from Nasrallah, which is very recent too. So the combination of the two, this is the first time that we made it in this case, first in a very summary way, and now more thoroughly.
Can we, this was not the question we granted cert on.
Jurisdiction, you're saying?
Correct,
yep.
Jurisdiction.
Yep.
And if it were easy, then I can see just resolving it.
Yep.
But the questions reveal that maybe it's not so easy.
Yep.
In that circumstance, is the prudent thing to do to vacate and send it back so that the 10th Circuit could consider the jurisdictional issue in the first instance? To Justice Barrett's question, hasn't really, and Justice Sotomayor's earlier, it hasn't really percolated this kind of jurisdictional question.
Because I like beer.
I'm just trying to figure out what's sensible for us to do.
Yeah, we would not object to that. We think it's sufficiently clear
pasty
ourselves that
white
we're making it. But if the court wants to, there's no harm in sending it back. You know, percolation.
I just don't want to make a mistake on something.
Percolation helps.
That is jurisdictional and could have ramifications that are unforeseen.
And we don't object to that.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Justice Thomas, anything further?
Mr. Yang, you said that Nasrallah was one of the reasons we have this
I like to talk about irrelevant
situation
stuff,
in
so
this
I'm going to
case.
bring us
Now,
back to
would you
something that the
explain,
ladies
what
just
you mean by
poo-pooed.
So our position in Nasrallah was that all rulings in a removal proceeding were within the ambit of the term final order of removal. And we were doing that because there were exclusions of review of final orders of removal, and the court rejected that argument. The court said the term final order of removal in 1252 is something more limited, relying on the statutory definition. It is, one, things that rulings that find the non-citizen deportable or order deportation. That's it. Now, in addition, Nasrallah says that things that affect the validity of the final order will merge in the final order. And we would like to extend that to some other things, too. We think that if you raise an issue together with, under B9, the zipper clause helps you because it says you can raise it in judicial review of a final order of removal, but you still have to have a final order of removal you're seeking review of. And we think things like withholding of removal, where it affects how you implement the final order of removal, even though
When is the final order of removal issued within that 60 days? Is it on the 60th day? Like, I don't understand when that order, I must have missed that part. I don't know if anyone heard it, but I'm just kind of curious about that as we listen to it. Oops.
it doesn't affect the validity of the final order removal, that's close enough because we need to know how to implement the final order. That is part of judicial review of the final order removal under the zipper clause. So those are the things that we think get covered, but all of them point back to a final order of removal, and the reason is because the jurisdictional provision in 1252A1
check the pin tweet, SB. That's the background, and it gives the question.
Review of a final order of removal. That's
Justice Alito, anything further? Justice Sotomayor?
I'd like to go to agency practice. Justice Gorsuch was right that most of the time the agency comes in to defend its practices. In this very case, the immigration judge told petitioner that he had the extra 2 days.
On the second page of that document pinned above, you can see what the question is.
The summary of the March 5th oral ruling says respondent's application for voluntary departure was granted until May 6th. That's 62 days from March 5th. I understand from the amicus brief filed here that that was a consistent practice by immigration judges.
I'm not sure that's correct, but I don't want to interrupt.
But some did.
Some.
Okay.
And it's binding.
And when did the agency correct that finally?
Excuse me?
When did the BIA issue an actual ruling that said they were wrong?
Well, it hasn't yet. In 2007, the BIA's decision in Meza Vallejos, which is the Ninth Circuit precedential decision on the other side of
this is what immigration traditionally has been issuing removal orders for 62 days if they fall on a weekend, I guess, or a holiday on the 60th day. And the DOJ has not issued anything formal to stop them from doing that. So this begs the question, why are we here?
split went the way we said. In 2007, the Ninth Circuit disagreed and agreed with the position with petitioner, although it's not quite the same position, but bottom line is basically the same. Then in this case, we address it again.
Sounds to me like they need to make it 90 days for both.
Justice Kagan, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh.
If we do address the jurisdictional issue, and if you lose on that, what collateral or additional consequences, negative from your perspective, could ensue, and what language would you want us to include in the opinion so that it does not have those kinds of ripple effects?
Well, it's a little hard to know. It will depend on how the court writes the opinion.
That's why I'm asking what you think is. Maybe this just reinforces my prior question that we shouldn't be doing this, but assume we are doing this and assume you lose, then what I don't want to do is write an opinion that has all sorts of ripple effects that we haven't foreseen that you can tell us now don't do that.
Totally understand. So I think you would restate the Nasrallah. We'll start with Nasrallah, right? You can seek review of final order of removal. That is, it finds the citizen deportable or orders deportation. 2, you can seek review of rulings that merge into the final order, and the reason they merge is because they affect the validity of the final order of removal. And I think you can also say that you can review things together with the final order of removal under the zipper clause, B9, But again, you still need to explain how there's a final order of removal being reviewed. And then you can go even further and say that rulings that affect how to implement the final order, even if it doesn't affect the validity of the final order. So for instance, can you remove to this country? Quintessential question about withholding.
Sunday night is a
relief,
Sunday night
right?
for everyone.
How do you implement the final order? Those things could be reviewed in and of themselves because they're close enough to a final order. Now, after you said all that, because we don't want to carve out these, those are like important categories. We came to the conclusion that, well, that's pretty generous, but there's still this category of things that just doesn't have a relevant relationship to a final order of removal. Here, where you're seeking to change some language and opinion with collateral consequences,
I guess they just need to open up on Saturday and Sundays.
And that somehow fits into those categories, but you'd have to try to do that in some way, I think. Thank you.
Justice Barrett? Justice
I would
Jackson?
love to join you
Would the
outside.
ripple effects be just to allow courts to review
It's windy as fuck,
challenges
Oren.
under circumstances
Like
that the government
palm
would
trees.
prefer
Watch
not
your
to
palm
have to
trees.
defend against? I mean, I don't understand. Like Justice Kavanaugh says, well, if you lose with respect to jurisdiction, I guess that means that courts would just decide certain kinds of questions that the government thinks the court should not be able to, right?
I guess it depends on what the court says, because we're not just talking about this case. There are
Right, I'm just trying to understand the scope, the blast radius of you losing in this case. And it just seems to me that you'd be in a situation in which there would be certain kinds of arguments, like the one made here, about this, what you say is a collateral consequence that the court would consider under circumstances in which the government thinks you shouldn't be, the court should not be able to do so.
Yeah, I think the consequences really will flow from how the court decides what judicial review of a final order of removal is in light of Nasrallah.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Cedrone?
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me say a few words about jurisdiction and then a few words about the merits. On jurisdiction, the question of whether there's going to be a blast radius from this decision, the government explains at page 18 of its brief that it sees the jurisdictional question in this case as turning on two idiosyncratic features of this case. What the government has tried to do is construct a view of jurisdiction that disposes of this case and no other. For the reasons we've explained, that view of jurisdiction is wrong. The court doesn't have to do anything unprecedented to recognize as much. It can start with the text of the statute, which covers a final order of removal. On the government's view, a final order of removal is just the piece of the order that says you are removable to this country. I don't know where that comes from. The only thing that's unprecedented about jurisdiction in this case is the government's view, which appeared for the first time in the brief in opposition and has continued to evolve, including at the lectern here today. I heard Mr. Yang say for the first time that there's a voluntariness test that needs to be adjudicated, and he cited a BIA case that I don't believe was in his brief. The reason for that is this is a rule that's crafted to dispose of this case. The court doesn't have to do anything different from what it's already said in previous cases to recognize jurisdiction. I also heard Mr. Yang say on jurisdiction that jurisdiction is available in a case where the question turns on how the removal order is implemented. I don't know how to credibly explain to a client that the $3,000 fine you get slapped with as you're removed from the country and the 10-year bar on return is not part of how the removal order is implemented. So I think you can even rely on Mr. Yang's words here today to recognize that there is jurisdiction. Turning to the merits, the government's main argument is that there's a distinction between statutes and regulations governing primary conduct and statutes and regulations governing filings. I also don't know where that comes from. If you start with the regulation, section 1001.1, it says it applies to any action. The government tries to read that in a way that it only applies to regulatory deadlines and not statutory deadlines. What the government fails to grapple with is that many regulatory deadlines simply parrot statutory deadlines in Title VIII of the Code of Federal Regulations and in plenty of other regulatory schemes outside of immigration. We cite examples at page 42 of our brief where other agencies have adopted this same traditional principle. So at the end of the day, I think the question is, what would somebody picking up this statute in 1996 have made of it? That person would have had the immigration regulation we've been talking about, They would have had Rule 6A, which both this court and the BIA have looked to understand how deadlines work, not only where the rule directly applies, but also in other cases. That person would have had precedent from this court applying this traditional rule. That person would have had the common law principle that is applied even before that, and there is nothing cutting in the other direction, nothing that person would have looked to in 1996 to think that there was a different definition, a different time calculation rule that applied to this statute and this statute only. We ask the court to reverse.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Whoop, whoop. The next case, that's interesting. I like to hear how justices speak on immigration, even though it remains to be seen what we're up against. But let me find the other case to see if it's something that we want to. It has to do with the Genovese crime family. So let me get. Oops. Let me get that filing. Is that the one? No, that's the wrong one. Boop. Boopy boop boop beep bop boop beep bop boop beep bop boop beep bop boop beep bop. Oh, I guess I didn't. Did I not? Did I not? Oh, here we go. Well, this is the background on it, so hold on. Oops. Oh, man, I'm like totally confused by my own setup. Hold on. So I'm going to drop this CNN story about the next case that you're going to hear. I haven't read it yet, so forgive me. But this is the next case. It's an appeal. Millions of people's safety hangs in the balance of basketball moms. What? What about basketball moms? What? What do they do? All right. So actually, why don't we, I'm going to pull that up. And, oh my God, I'm so sorry. My nose is running because I went outside and it was very windy. And I was like, this is too windy. Okay. So let me go ahead and Hey, where's that other thing? Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, there it is. Whoops. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I've done. Okay. So now, boop. I just want to read this before we listen to the case. Because, you know, why not? Why not learn something before we listen to the case? Oh, my God. It's so dry. Somebody from 1996 would have freaked the fuck out looking at this. I mean, can you imagine? I did not call this. I did not call that our country would be in this state. I'm sorry, I didn't. I was asleep at the wheel. All right, here we go. The Supreme Court agreed Monday to take up an appeal from Salvatore Delegati. Sorry. Salvatore Delegati, a Genovese crime family associate who is challenging a 2018 conviction on a gun charge that added 5 years to his prison sentence. Delegati was convicted of attempted murder, among other crimes, for hatching a plot to murder a local bully who was terrorizing a gas station that Delegati and his associates frequented. Delegati hired members of the Crips gang through an intermediary to carry out the killing, court records show, and gave them a .38 revolver. Police intercepted the gang members before they were able to carry out the killing. Delegati was convicted of several crimes and sentenced to 25 years in prison, including 5 years for the gun charge. Oh my God. That charge was based on a federal law. Sorry to sniff in the mic. That charge was based on a federal law that prohibits people from possessing a gun as a part of a crime of violence. Delegati, also known as Fat Sal, argues that the underlying crime in his case doesn't qualify as a crime of violence. Okay. All right, Fat Sal. Okay. Whatevs. Sure, Sally. Federal appeals courts have split over how to apply the charge in similar circumstances, and the Justice Department, though it opposes Delegati's argument in his case, agreed that the Supreme Court should take up his appeal to provide clarity to lower courts. The Supreme Court in recent years has limited the circumstances under which prosecutors may seek an enhanced prison sentence for a crime of violence. In a decision Delegati relies on heavily in his appeal, a 7-2 majority of the Supreme Court 2 years ago. Oh my God. It's like there's some dust or something in my nose. Oh. Okay. All right. Are we okay? Are we all right? Are we? Oh, so itchy. You give up? Don't give up. Oh, stop. I'm not. You can't give up based on Dave Troy. You have to have two confirming sources. Because you got to get a more clinical. No, I'm just kidding. I love Dave so much. Sometimes he has a flair for the dramatic, but I do love him. And of course, he's very smart when it comes to this. I mean, absolutely brilliant. So I shouldn't really say anything. But anyway, we're reading about Sal, okay? We're reading about Fat Sal right now, okay? The Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals upheld Delegati's conviction. All right, so that is what we are about to hear. I will link this in... Oh, I did, didn't I? Did I link it? Oh, I did. Oh, yeah, shit. Okay. All right, sorry. Let's go to this terrible thing. Well, it's about Blue Sky? Oh, God. No, we're going now. God damn it. That's it. What? Wall Street Journal, August 9th, 2026. What? 2020. Oh, he's saying, expect this and ask what to do when so that this doesn't happen. So he's predicting Elon Musk announces plans to acquire Blue Sky Networks for $1 billion, citing free speech concerns on the popular but money-losing platform. Oh, God. Okay, well, we'll go to that. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay. I mean, here's the bottom line. The bottom line is this. Here's the bottom line. All of our platforms are subject to takeover, and there are always going to be anti-democratic forces. But there's something about the mobility of the servers and other things that I think I would like to understand more, so that we are, one can be proactive in terms of utilizing different platforms or alternatives, etc. So I think I would prefer rather to be data-driven about this, about what that concern is, understanding what Blue Sky is and is not, as is any platform is or is not, taking the steps that you need to preserve your sanity and your safety online, first and foremost. And secondarily, if we are on a platform, really not giving quarter to the behaviors that took down Twitter. And that is just, the task, in my mind. And fighting for the FCC and other agencies to be empowered to do something. I don't know what we do in this next 60 plus days. I don't think he's going to last that long. He can't hide with Trump forever, and people are pissed. My mom in Pittsburgh thinks the election was funky because of public opinion. Interesting. I think we're going to get through this phase, and we're going to understand where we stand. Every day we're going to learn something. And I think it's just being clear-eyed. That's my personal advice to myself, is just look for being clear-eyed about what is happening, who is in the sights of the targets. Are we reaching out so that people who may be fearful but not loud about it feel reassured, or at least you say, I see you, How do we do that? I don't know. There's lots of questions in my mind, but it's just taking it day by day. I think also, in terms of just not allow. I'm not gonna let energy vampires. Not Dave. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about bullies and other things. There's just not. They don't. The power of this is really in what he's going to be able to actually execute on. And that's what I want to make sure we're, just keeping TikTok with, if you will, which is a terrible saying. I don't even know why I just said that. All right. Okay. So now we're going to listen to Fat Sal. Fat Sal's appealing his case. God damn it. That's right. Yeah, I know. That's okay. We get discouraged. We get knocked down, and we get up again. No, it is a lot. So much all at once and not at all, right? It's that very, very challenging time. And all one can say is hold on to something. Hold on to your core. Hold on to your communities that make you feel better. And, but also, again, be gentle with yourself, okay? It's all right. It's all right. We need to have more respect for what each human needs to do to get through this time. So, it's cool. It's a lot. I'm assuming a gazillion business people are contacting the incoming clown show to not do the tariffs. I wonder, Oren. I don't think they care, though, because that just increases their profits. I just don't think they care. You see what I'm saying? I think that's a win for them, frankly. Does that make sense? Or maybe I'm just not making sense. I am a little high. It's true. Okay. We're going to Fat Sal. Bada bing! Bada bing! Bada boom. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Oh. And go. Walmart will get hit hard, yeah. I don't know. I know, this community does make me feel better. I'm sorry. It just does. Okay, when do we talk again?
From a natural disorder.
Okay, here we go. It's going to start. You're not high yet? Well, you gotta wake up pretty early in the morning to beat me. They care. Yeah, I guess so.
Next in case 23.
I believe what you're saying.
25.
I don't know.
Delegati versus United States. Mr. Keatum?
Right, so meh.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court.
They won't equate
Using
the tariffs with the
force
prices.
Against another requires taking some step to bring force into contact with the victim. That can happen directly, as with a kick or punch, or indirectly, such as giving a gentle push to someone teetering on the edge of a cliff. But it does not involve an offense that can be committed by pure omission, such as failing to render aid to someone suffering from a natural disorder. The government's attempt to reverse engineer the use of force from the presence of injury is contrary to logic and plain meaning. It also runs counter to this court's instructions that use means active employment, that physical force is violent force, and that against another means making contact with another. The government's appeal to practical consequences, in addition to being irrelevant to interpreting the statute's text, is similarly unpersuasive. At the time the Elements Clause was adopted, all or nearly all of the statutes identified by the government would have satisfied the residual clause. And per the government's hedging
top
here,
pin tweet
many
or
will
top pin
satisfy
message.
the Elements Clause too, regardless of whether crimes of omission are excluded. A failure to counteract harm may be morally and legally culpable, and it may merit severe punishment, but it does not categorically involve the use of violent physical force.
Lee is going to be a real key lounger when it comes to trade and,
So
and
you're thinking,
that world. So I'm so
if
grateful
you
she's part of
poison
this
someone
community.
and thereby cause the death of that person, that is, in your argument, under your argument, treated differently from withholding critical, say, heart medicine when someone is in the process of having a heart attack.
That's correct, Your Honor. So this court has described poison as having forceful physical properties that you would have put into contact with the victim by putting it in their drink. That's a very different situation than someone who, potentially through natural causes, slips into distress, and you don't take any action to put them into contact with any force, and there may not be any force involved if, for instance, it's a congenital disorder. So there's no force at all, and you wouldn't have used that force actively.
I'm sorry, I don't know. You almost seem to be talking proximate cause. There's no force in the poison itself and what you did. The force is in the nature of the substance that goes through the person's body. Similarly, there's no violent force in a gentle push of a 90-year-old down the stairs. You could probably do it with a finger, so there's no violent force there. What you seem to be saying is, if I have a duty to act and I choose not to, I'm not responsible for the force that I let work on this human being. That's your position, correct?
No, Your Honor. So in both the poisoning example and giving a gentle push to someone who falls down the stairs or off of a cliff, you are not directly applying violent physical force. It's a gentle touch, or you're just letting the molecules of the poison fall from your hand. But there is still an application of violent physical force when they hit the ground at high speed.
I would tell someone who's freezing in the snow that there's an application of winter conditions to their body to kill them.
Sure. And in that instance, again, you might describe the elements as involving violent physical force, which perhaps you could describe as using indirectly if, for instance, you throw them out into the snow. But that's a very different situation than a pure omission where someone, let's say, has an allergic reaction.
It's not a pure omission. It's an obligation to act.
Sure.
I mean, I could be in a restaurant watching someone die, but I have no obligation, even if I know the Heimlich maneuver to do it. However, if it's a child and my child, I have an obligation to try to save them.
That's correct, and it is a serious offense.
So I'm letting nature use its force to kill that child.
So there's no dispute that it is criminally culpable behavior and can be punished severely. But the question is there violent force being applied to the victim, and have you actively employed that force? And in a situation where, for instance, you just don't provide medicine or nutrition to someone and they slowly expire, there is no violent physical force of any sort. It's not like hitting the ground at high speed. And moreover, you haven't taken any step to actively employ any force.
I guess I'm not sure I get that. In the poison case, you're agreeing that it's not my putting the poison into the drink that's violent physical force, rather it's the way the poison acts on the body.
Right.
And in the withholding of medication situation, it's similarly the way the disease acts against the body. And you are enabling that disease to run.
Right. So I think this court has analogized poison to sort of like a little explosive device that detonates when you swallow it. I don't think the same is true, for instance, to just the absence of chemical inputs as necessary to keep your cells going. That's not analogous to violent physical force. And even in the poisoning example, you are still taking some step
Oren, you got to see
bring
Frank
the person into
Langella's
contact
Dracula,
with that poison,
babe. That's
without
not
which they
counterintuitive.
wouldn't have the force applied to them at all, even indirectly.
So if I take a hostage and then just let the hostage starve, which side of the line does that fall on for you?
So putting aside that would probably be
I don't know, I was
a
stuck
threat
on the
or, attempted
Physical
use of
force, just
Sure.
physical force.
So let's say there was someone sleeping in a room and you lock them in the room and then they slowly expire. From our perspective, that would not involve application of violent physical force. And you could say you used the locks, but you haven't actually used force against them.
Well, what do you do with the fact that Stoeckling especially seems to measure force not from the front end, like force applied, but from the back end on what does the force, what is its result?
I don't know, butterflies.
It
what do
seems
they
to me
call it?
that for murder, necessarily the result was pretty extreme.
So respectfully, I don't think Stoeckling takes that position. In fact, the whole discussion in Stoeckling was how much force do you need to apply? What's the amount of force to overcome resistance? Which, again, the court wasn't focused on whether the person was injured or not. It was, can you do it just sort of by gently grabbing it, or does it need to be more
But the
vigorous?
measure of the force, if you're prying someone's fingers off of a purse, I mean, the
Right.
measure of force, I wouldn't describe that as severe or aggressive.
And that was the back and forth, but everyone was focused on that same question. So they were still focused on how much force was involved. You look also, for instance, at Castleman. So Castleman gives the example of a squeeze of an arm that causes a bruise, which the court said would count as common law force for purposes of domestic violence, but would not count as violent force for generic purposes, which shows that even the direct application of enough force that sometimes causes an injury, a bruise, is not enough because it's still not a high enough degree of force.
Mr. Kadam, our intuition is that often omissions are just as bad as acts, and they're sometimes hard to distinguish. And certainly, it can be murder when there's a pre-existing duty of care that you then omit to fulfill. All right. But there are some places where we have gone well beyond that common law rule and imposed a duty of care even for the Good Samaritan. So let's take a hypothetical. Someone comes across the streets, sees that the manhole cover's open, doesn't rescue the little old lady who steps into it because this person has animus toward little old ladies. Now, extreme hypothetical. Justice Breyer might be proud.
We actually think you mean
that would be murder in a state with a Good Samaritan statute. Physical force, I guess the gravity's, I mean, what more powerful force in the universe is there than that? Would that, in your view, fall within the government's understanding of what would qualify as the application of violent force?
I did not know that.
To.
Thank you for
The government's view
something.
essentially is anytime you have a bad result, you know that there must have been violent physical force, which means that not only would the death or other injury in your example be violent physical force, it would also be involved in literally every death since the beginning of time, because in every death, something bad happens because you either are injured or run out of the cellular inputs necessary to sustain life.
And if I might just ask a slightly different question. This is one that,
Is that what
I
we're
don't know of
calling
any
it
more
now?
powerful force in
Cellular
the universe than
inputs?
gravity. But I wonder whether this statute is divisible between acts and omissions.
What about intention?
And that
Doesn't
isn't
mens
something
rea
either
fucking
side
figure anything?
explored. I know it won't help
What
your
are all
client.
those years of SVU for anyway? Or Law and Order?
Okay. But perhaps
I'm just kidding, I
I
didn't
welcome
watch
your
this.
thoughts on whether you think this statute is in fact divisible.
So this statute is not. We have opinions from the Court of Appeals, the New York's highest court, saying that the statute can be committed either by affirmative acts or by omissions, including pure omissions. So we have the Wong case where there were two caregivers, one of whom shook the child, the other of whom failed to render aid.
Yes, and their duty of care cases, and classic common law duty of care cases. So you have to prove a duty and then the failure to fulfill it.
That's right.
Very different than killing somebody or ordering a hit on somebody by act. I mean, giving them a pistol in a brown paper bag is a little different.
It is. Presumably, if the government thought that this statute was divisible, they would have argued it. But I think your question really highlights an important point, which is it just so happens that this murder statute can be satisfied either by acts or omissions. But the government's argument would have to be the same even if New York had a murder by omission statute that could only be satisfied by a pure omission in which there was no actus reus whatsoever other than just having a duty that you failed to satisfy. And the government's argument would have to be in every single instance of that murder by omission statute, violent physical force was involved.
And I take it your argument is that when we look at the federal statute,
But isn't that the manner of death is the violent part?
Violence, that really what is at issue here is the conduct of the defendant.
That's
that
correct.
It's not whether force is operating in the universe to achieve a certain result, but the plain text here seems to suggest that we're looking for use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force. And that, at least the common sense view of that, is that it's the defendant acting to use, threaten to use, or attempting to use. Is that the thrust of your argument?
It is, Your Honor, and I would emphasize there are lots of criminal statutes, including in 924, in fact, even in 924C, that focus on outcomes. So subsection C5B applies a heightened penalty if death results.
What about the conspiracy
The elements clause,
part?
by contrast, is, as you've described it, focused on the method, a particular way of committing an offense that Congress associated with armed career criminal behavior.
And I take the point that ordinary understandings of what it means to use violent force might not cover omissions, but so too it wouldn't cover poison. And we have said that it does cover poison. So we're not really operating in a world in which it's completely sort of ordinary Joe understandings of the phrase.
So respectfully, Your Honor, I agree poison is sort of the outer limit, but I do think the court was making a point there, which is that in response to the defendant's argument in Castleman that essentially you had to apply the force directly in order for it to count. The court said, no, if you put poison in tea, it's very much like pulling the trigger of a gun. It's a gentle pull of the trigger. That's not the violent force. The violent force is later when the bullet makes impact. But still, in both of those instances, you're still doing something to bring the victim into contact with that force, which may be wholly absent in the case of a pure omission.
You're still using something.
You're still using
actively.
How about if instead of putting poison in, I knew that there was something in the refrigerator which had gone very bad and it was completely toxic. And I said to my worst enemy, why don't you eat that cake in the refrigerator? Where does that fall on what side of the line?
That sounds a lot like the food in the fridge is poison and you're just tricking them into consuming it.
Correct, and so?
And so it would count as use of violent physical
Even
force.
though now you haven't done anything, really.
Well, respectfully, you have taken some step to bring them into contact with it, without which, if you hadn't taken that step, they wouldn't consume what was in the fridge.
Well, I mean, in any of these cases,
you just argued against yourself.
In the supposedly pure omission cases, we can find some step.
Don't eat her
when
cake,
you're
please.
withholding medicine from the ailing person, probably there's some step that you've taken that prevents the ailing person from getting that medicine herself, or
I mean, that sounds just
there's
like
some
the
step
situation.
that you've taken to put yourself in a position of duty to that person. I mean, there's always something that we can look to. If you're going so far as to say that my telling the person to eat the cake in the refrigerator is an action.
So I think you have to ask yourself two questions. One, is there even violent physical force involved? In the instance in which someone expires because they don't have the right medication, usually you would not describe that as involving violent physical force. So if a septuagenarian slips into a coma and then doesn't eat and as a result dies, no one is going to describe that death as involving violent physical force. So the question is, would you describe it as involving violent physical force because there was someone who was supposed to be there feeding the nutrition tube but failed to do so?
And is that because the context is violent physical force because we're in a statute that relates to firearms, that Congress clearly was trying to get at a certain category of person?
That's correct.
The person who is of the type that they would engage in these kinds of crimes that present risks of violence in this way. I thought that was the sort of context. So all of these hypotheticals about inaction, even though there might be a step or not a step, setting that aside, the point is they're not even in the realm of the kind of thing this statute was about.
That's right. We're defining a felony crime of violence, and Congress had a very specific theory.
Picking up on that, would you argue that your client is not the kind of armed career criminal that Congress was trying to get at when they enacted this statute?
We would not argue that, Your Honor. We're focused here on the type of offense, and that's because the Elements Clause requires an assessment of the elements of the offense and whether violent physical force is present in all instances.
Well, the question is whether your client was convicted of a crime of violence, right?
That's correct.
And these are fascinating legal arguments, but some of the people who have come here to hear this case may not know much about the facts of the case. So what was the offense for which your client was convicted?
Hiring someone in order to commit a murder.
And that, in your submission, is not a crime of violence.
And
it does not have as an
gun.
element the use of violent physical force.
And that's a function of the categorical approach, right? It's not, you're not talking about your client, you're talking about the statute.
That's correct, Your Honor. Congress had a very specific theory when it wrote the Elements Clause. It was not aiming for all or even the most serious offenses. It was aiming for a certain type of offense actively using violent physical force against another, the character of which changes when you add a gun to the mix.
But, counsel, we also said in Castleman and Stokeling that we look at the nature of the crime, and that influences the scope of the interpretation. And so if interpreting the statute a certain way, or interpreting violent force a certain way, would have the effect of excluding and making the statute virtually inapplicable to most of the statutes in the states, robbery or domestic violence, or so here, murder.
Yeah, so a few points on that. First of all, Stoeckling was an instance where the court was interpreting a common law term of art, force, that made an appearance both in the federal statute and in the state statute. So it made a lot of sense to look at the states to see how they use that term. But beyond that, the court is not convinced, it doesn't engage in a sort of nose-counting exercise. And even with respect to states that have murder statutes, it's not as if they're all going to be in or all going to be out. So take New York second-degree murder as an example. It's got 5 subdivisions. 2 of them are already out because of Borden, because they can be committed recklessly. There are 2 others that can only be committed by an act, and so they're going to stay in regardless, at least as we interpret them. And that leaves just the one under which that served as the predicate for Mr. Delegati's.
So you think there would still be in many states many murder convictions that would still qualify? It just seems, I mean, you can understand why stepping back, which is I think Justice Alito's point to those observing the argument in the courtroom, to say that murder isn't a crime of violence and will rarely trigger the provision here seems a little counterintuitive.
I understand that, because if you were to ask someone, is murder a crime of violence, they would say, of course, in the vast majority of instances, the way you commit murder is going to be violence, which makes it a perfect fit for the residual clause. The idea that under the residual clause...
But you think that Congress thought it was only covered by the residual clause and that it wasn't an elements offense, murder?
So I think that if Congress wanted us to do this sort of as a category assessment, it would have enumerated murder the way it did for some other offenses. Instead, what it said is, we want you to look at whether their element of the offense involves the use of violent physical force. Because again, if you add a gun to that sort of offense, so robbery offense, for instance, robbery is obviously dangerous enough, but when you add a gun to the mix, the danger goes up exponentially. It changes the character. Same is not true for an omission offense. Obviously, omission offenses can be horrible and can be punished severely, but you don't change anything about it when you add a gun. And so it's not the sort of armed career criminal behavior that Congress was aimed at.
And didn't Congress really home in on this? I mean, you talk about at least some of the legislative history for the Criminal Code Reform Act in 1981. And I was struck by a particular example in a report that Congress, the Senate report, where the report talks about a dam operator who threatens to refuse to open the floodgates during a flood and thereby places residents' lives in jeopardy. And the report says, quote, assuming the operator had some legal duty to act, his threat would be to engage in unlawful conduct dangerous to human life, which is not a crime of violence, since he did not use or threaten to use physical force. So it seems as though we had examples in the record that Congress was aware of omission and made pretty clear that when you don't act, you're not threatening to use physical force in the way that they intended.
That's correct. It's remarkably specific. And I understand that not all members of the court are taken with legislative history, but we can rely on it just as a sort of contemporaneous use of the relevant terms in
context. Didn't he take action by ordering the hit and providing a gun?
One of the most remarkable things about the government's brief is that they haven't identified a single instance, and they looked high and low both in published opinions and also in news articles. Every single one of their examples was someone who had used something actively, not passively, not the sort of passive benefit theory. They were described as, for instance, NASA using the moon's gravitational field by shooting a rocket up into space and then aiming their satellite at the right point to make contact with the moon's gravitational field. This idea that you can use something just by passively benefiting from it, the government wasn't able to identify a single real-world instance of it, in contrast to the one that you've just identified, Your Honor.
How about I used the rain as an excuse to stay indoors?
So I think, first of all, you can use the rain in that sort of conceptual sense. It's very different from using something in a physical sense, like physical force. And even in that instance, you don't have the against another or against the person or property of another phrase, which also is a sort of physical phrase. Again, in the government's brief, they don't identify any instance other than one that they make up themselves that uses use and against another in combination. And the example they come up with is he used the victim's disease against her. But there, it's against her interests, not against her person. So again, the government presumably spent a lot of time trying to come up with this passive benefit sense of use in combination with against another. And if this is all that they can come up with, I think we can conclude it's not a normal way of speaking.
In most of our cases where we've talked about what use is doing in this phrase, we've talked about it as a requirement of mens rea. In other words, to use physical force means to have some understanding in your head of what that physical force is supposed to achieve.
Right.
So we haven't suggested that it really adds to the physical force language with respect to the actus reus.
So I think that's correct, but let me just sort of trace it through, and I think it actually comes out where we're asking you to. So the first appearance of interpreting use in 924C is in Bailey, where the word use is in combination with a firearm in C1. And the court looks at dictionary definitions and say they imply action
Check
and
the pin
implementation.
link for background on the case we're listening to. Right now it's for the plaintiff.
And it rejects the government's argument that you can use a firearm even if it's just stashed in the closet because you derive some benefit from it. So it's an actus reus interpretation of the word use. Then that was ported over to an elements clause in Leocal, and then again in Borden. And you're right that Leocal and Borden were both about the mental state, but they adopted wholesale the active employment sense of use. And that active employment sense came from what Bailey said was the ordinary meaning of the term. So unless somehow they ported over just the mental state part of active employment, even though mental state wasn't at issue in Bailey, then I think you bring the whole thing along with it.
If we adopt the government's view of use as not being personally employing some instrument, but allowing the laws of physics to take their course, what was the point of us deciding that this statute is different than the domestic violence situation?
Sure.
Aren't we just back to that?
Yeah,
because anybody who wishes to use the laws of nature to harm another is convictable. And I mean, this is just a statutory enhancement. Your client's going to spend a lot of years in jail. This is just how many more?
That's
right?
correct. Yes. So, and I think there are some pretty.
And we don't really care about your client here, do we?
Well, I can't.
We're trying to get the law right.
I wouldn't presume to speak for you, obviously. Yeah. We do care about the extra 60 months that he would spend in prison.
It was a happier time.
How many years is he already spending?
So regardless of the, separate and apart from the C3B conviction, it's 240 months.
All right. Yeah. Back to my question.
Yes. So the domestic violence statute, very briefly, had a very different function, which was to close a loophole that made it lawful for certain misdemeanor offenders to possess a gun. And the court was concerned that if it read the clause narrowly, it would render that provision inoperative in a number of states. Here, there's no dispute that obviously murder is going to stay very illegal everywhere, and our reading would not render the elements clause inoperative in any state.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas?
So are you really talking about your, oh, that's okay. Are you really talking about your client? And we make this distinction between action and omission. Are we talking, because we're in the world of theory now, we're not really talking about what your client did, as Justice Alito alluded?
That's right. We're here as a consequence of invalidation of the residual
clause.
So
would your case be different if we did not use the categorical approach?
I suppose it would, but although this court has considered abandoning the categorical approach for the residual clause, and at least one justice has for the enumerated offenses, I'm not aware that any justice has considered it for the elements clause because it requires as an element the use of violent physical force.
But I mean, I think it's fair to say, though, that we are discussing something that bears no factual relationship to your case.
So I accept that, Your Honor, and would respectfully suggest you essentially take the position you did in Borden, which was to say whatever it is, criticism about the categorical approach, but then to give the elements clause its natural meaning.
Justice Alito? Justice Jackson?
Yeah, it's placed on the calendar. That's what I'm showing from
Thank you, counsel.
Congress.gov.
Mr. Fagan?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. It's hard to believe that we're actually here debating whether murder is a crime of violence, as I think petitioner just acknowledged. This is one case where the law already tracks common sense. Castleman tells us that internal force, like a disease, can be physical force. It also tells us that physical injury must result from physical force. And the Borden plurality recognizes that someone uses force against the person of another when he makes force his instrument to cause that person harm through force. I used force twice there, but I think you get the point. And there's really no basis in law or logic to draw a distinction between the person who gently sprinkles poison in the cup and the person who, hating the victim, just withholds the antidote. By urging that distinction, petitioner is asking this court to discard literally 2 millennia of common law that treat acts of omission just like other acts. He's asking this court to cut out any number of canonically violent murder, robbery, and assault offenses out of 924C, the definition of violent felony under the Armed Career Criminal Act, and the definition of misdemeanor crime of domestic violence as relevant to 922G9. And he would make all 3 of those statutes, he's asking this court to make all 3 of those statutes turn on distinctions so arbitrary, unprecedented, and bizarre that it would make application of those statutes, again, Your Honor, I use this word with respect, truly absurd. I would like to address a couple of his points, but if the court has questions, I realize my light just flashed.
Mr. Fagan, that we normally think, though, think of force as coming from the perpetrator, not from some outside force, like gravity or some internal disease. So how do we get from where you are to where he is? I think his argument actually does does have a common sense value to it.
Well, Your Honor, I think as Castleman demonstrates, we know that whatever force causes death can be an internal force. It can be the action of whatever action within the body is induced by poison. We also know from Castleman one of the examples it uses is a disease. So the actual death-causing force can be a purely internal force. If I know you have a weak heart and I frighten you and you die, your body is attacking itself. That's also true if you intentionally and torturously starve a child. That's the starvation causes the body to attack itself. It starts eating itself away because it has no other source of nourishment. If you're asking me about whether that force has to be in some way, I think the words petitioner uses in the brief are unleashed or channeled in some way by the defendant. I think that's somewhat of a gerrymandered requirement. He's trying to do it to catch things like, the wind catches your sail, or the example in our brief where you're involuntarily placed on a raft. You see which way the current is going, and you use the current to get you to shore without doing anything. But that channeling requirement is equally satisfied in an omission case, where you can stop it, force is going to occur. You can stop it, you should stop it, and you don't stop it because not stopping it accomplishes your purpose.
Mr. Fagan, on that score, if we're going to talk about common sense, and that's a good place to start sometimes, your view, I think, would capture the Good Samaritan example as well and make that subject to an additional enhancement under ACCA, right?
I don't think that's necessarily true, Your
Why
Honor.
not? Just to set the table again, we have somebody, a passerby on the street, who doesn't like little old ladies and intentionally allows someone to fall into and die. And the physical force, your view is gravity's good enough. I don't have to push her. And now that would depart from the common law where there's normally a duty, but a pre-existing duty. But here we have a Good Samaritan statute. So that is an ACCA offense in the government's view? And why wouldn't that defy common sense?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. And let me explain why. I'll take just 1 second to unpack this. It turns on what it turns on how you interpret use of physical force against the person or property of another.
Yeah, but
and
you use rivers and currents, and
So-
what's wrong with gravity?
Gravity is fine. It's the problem of your postulating that some state has some kind of aberrant duty.
Oh, no, it's not aberrant. Some states do, and many in Europe have a good Samaritan laws that
So, Your
impose
Honor-
affirmative duties that didn't exist at common law.
We think that
found
in
it, and
order
I
to
will- yeah.
use physical force against the
can read
person of
about it.
another, there has to be, number one, a deliberate choice. That's
Sure,
what
I
the
got that.
That's what the important plurality tells us. And two, the common definitions of use, like avail oneself of, we do think have an element of causation in there. And
Yeah, no,
both cause and
there's no doubt that my failure to act caused this person's death. I've got causation and I have intention. I have mens rea. Now, I understand that when there's a common law duty, our intuition is that that's really bad. When a parent doesn't feed a child, when a doctor doesn't care for a patient, that's problematical. I'm testing how far, and I don't see what line you would draw between that and a Good Samaritan statute, which again, many states have.
So causation includes both cause and fact, which we have here, and proximate cause. And I think the proximate cause inquiry...
Let's say I have that box checked too.
Well, Your Honor, I think where we part ways is I don't think I necessarily think you have that box checked in your example, and here's why. The proximate cause that's built into the statute here, I think, can be informed by
you should read
the
about
common law
Eric
duty.
Prince
No.
McCarthyism
Again,
that he
I
put
have a
out on his
statute
Twitter
that's a
yesterday.
Good Samaritan statute that imposes a higher duty on ordinary people to be Good Samaritans. And so it creates a proximate cause test that's different from a common law test. You're just resisting the hypothetical, and I can understand why. Because the consequence of your interpretation has its own common sense problem. It would capture all omissions cases wherever the duty comes from.
With respect, Your Honor, if I could just explain, I don't think I'm resisting the hypothetical. I think I'm just explaining that as we normally do in interpreting these kinds of statutes with the categorical approach, there is some concept of generic federal law. And here, what federal law might mean by use, its concept of proximate cause, would be informed by the common law scope of duties as of 1984.
Where does that come from? I didn't see that anywhere in your brief. That's new here at the lectern. Where does that come from?
Well, Your Honor, I think that's just how we've been interpreting these statutes. It's always a question of federal law.
The term use depends upon common law duties in 1984.
Well, Your Honor, we think use.
Has any court ever said that?
Proximate cause.
Yeah.
It hasn't, Your Honor, it hasn't come up because until the Third Circuit.
Right, but it will after this case.
Mr. Fagan, can I ask you, just piggybacking on what Justice Gorsuch is saying, I guess I'm just trying to understand the government's position on what it means to use physical force against the person of another in an omission case. So let's take this hypothetical. Say you have a lifeguard and she has a duty of care to rescue children in the pool.
That's not the same.
A kid who she hates, gets into the pool entirely of their own volition. Is it your position that she uses physical force against this kid if she doesn't jump into the water when she sees him drowning?
Yes.
Okay, so how can that possibly be? I mean, you're saying she uses physical force, and that means no action but an intention that this victim succumb to a harm that she didn't put into place, that she had really nothing to do with, but she sees it happening?
So, Your Honor, she is using physical force against the person of another because, again, she could stop it, she is legally required to stop it, and she doesn't stop it because she wants the victim to die. To use a dictionary definition...
So it's only her mental state that is doing the work of her using physical force?
No, Your Honor, it's the combination of those things. Under just a plain dictionary definition of use, she has availed herself of the force, she has had enjoyment of the force, she's made the force her instrument to accomplish her purpose.
Let me ask you about the other parts of the statute, the attempt and threaten. Same situation. How does it work in an omission case for this lifeguard to threaten the use of physical force against this kid? Is it because she says something to him that would make it a threat? Like, I don't understand how omission works with respect to the rest of the statute.
Well, Your Honor, if I could depart from the lifeguard example where it might be...
No, I want the lifeguard example.
You want an example
I want to ask you, in the lifeguard example, if she says, hey, kid, if you get into the water but can't swim or start to drown, I'm not coming to get you. Is that a threat of use of physical force in your view, or how else would you accomplish the threat part of this?
Well, 2 points, Your Honor. Number one, I think if that were generally considered a threat for purposes of the substantive statute that the person also has to violate under state or federal law, then perhaps that would be the threatened use of force. But it's easy to see threatened use of force in omission cases and other examples. Suppose you're the caretaker for an old sickly man and you tell him, look, I'm not going to give you your medicine today and you're going to die unless you give me the combination to that safe over there where you keep all your gold bars. That is threatening an omission. I think everyone would consider that threatening an omission, and it's...
But is it a crime of violence? I mean, this was the point that Justice Gorsuch, I thought, was making before, that you may have culpable conduct under the law, but what we're looking for the purpose of this enhancement is violent conduct, violent criminal conduct. And I guess what I'm worried about is the government's interpretation that has, lifeguards and caregivers and people who very intentionally and perhaps even criminally withhold their duties actually being put in the bucket of violence even though they don't act.
Well, Your Honor, if you look at page 550 of the court's decision in Stokeling, you'll see one dictionary definition of violence that defines it in terms of the causation of physical harm. And in these cases, I mean, let's not lose sight of it. Someone who's using harm,
But they're not using Mr. Fagan. I mean, that's my problem is I don't understand how
they
you
arguing
get
it now? Does anyone know?
To inaction. How you get use out of inaction.
So, Your Honor, maybe a few examples. He accuses us of having no examples. I think if you look at our brief, you'll see a number of them. But let me give you an example that comes basically straight from one of this court's own opinions, which is, let's take a look at the Borden plurality again. Borden plurality has an example of use of physical force against the person of another when someone is driving a car, sees someone come in front of them, and keeps, in the court's words, plurality's words, plowing ahead and hits them.
Action. They're moving.
Well,
right?
Your Honor, this is all just a game of, I think this is what one might describe as just sort of a terminological word game. I could also
answer these questions.
At 11, the House is
Mr.
in
Fagan.
recess until
Are
11
you thinking
a.m.
about the use of physical force
we'll
as an ordinary meaning kind of question, or are you saying it has a specialized legal meaning?
I think it's an ordinary meaning that's informed by the common law. So, Your Honor, to the ordinary meaning point on the Borden plurality example, I could easily describe that conduct as simply omitting to hit the brakes or omitting to turn the steering wheel.
And then we'd say you're playing word games. I mean, because I think when you push your foot on the accelerator and drive your car into somebody, that's not really such a hard case. But some of these are hard cases, like the lifeguard example, where we would say, the lifeguard is just sitting there. And this is not like what a normal person would think of as a use of physical force. So it's almost as though we have to pick our absurdity. You started with one absurdity. We would say that murder is not a crime of violence. That seems pretty absurd. But here's another absurdity. The lifeguard is just sitting up there watching somebody is using physical force. That seems pretty weird, too.
So, Your Honor, I think your two questions, as Your Honor probably recognizes, really pair together here. And the reason that we have 2 millennia of law that don't draw this distinction is precisely because
See, I've been on the wrong
it
microphone
is
the whole
a word
morning.
game. If you look at,
What a
for
dumb
example,
shit
the Hall treatise that we cite, that's from 1960, but still substantially predates the ACCA.
Although, why
Or
does
you
my
even
platform
wanna go
change my
further back
microphone
and you
every
look at
time?
the 1875 Wharton Treatise, you'll see that the Wharton Treatise, for example, in section 72 says even sleeping can be an affirmative act and it can lead to liability when there's something you're supposed to be doing, but you're not doing it. And the common law sources that we cite, both Hall and Territory Against Manton, which is an 1888 case, have no trouble describing those kinds of omission cases as involving the use of force.
Counsel, I like to get back to the lifeguard also. You say the force, she was using the force of gravity. And was she using it before the child jumped in the pool?
I know, Your Honor. And
so she did something that suddenly gravity was there?
Well, Your Honor, what happened was, first of all, I don't think the force here is the gravity. I think the force is whatever happens within the body to, I mean, you can conceive of it in a number of ways. It could be the force of the water. It could be the gravity. It could be as...
What is the force of the water?
I mean, I don't know if I guess the pool is probably not deep enough for her to get crushed in it, but the gravity is dragging her down in the pool. There's an internal process going on in her body whereby her life is sucked away from her. I apologize, I'm not a doctor. I couldn't quite tell you what happens with asphyxiation, but the body's going to be attacking itself there, gasping for air.
I shared a gift article of that
it's the same
gal
thing
on
Twitter. The lifeguard's not doing anything.
I'll do it on,
Well, Your Honor, to your specific point, I could easily reframe it as the lifeguard withholding from the lifeguard's duty to rescue the child. And if you think of I mean, again, I think this is easier to see, and I'll translate the lifeguard example in a second, but easier to see in the Borden car plowing ahead example. I mean, if I just...
The car plowing ahead is different than the lifeguard doing nothing.
Well, I don't think, okay, Your Honor, I think the lifeguard is using the force there because the lifeguard is using some physical force that causes the victim's death, and the lifeguard wants the victim to die. The lifeguard
wants the victim. All that's beside the point. Your submission is that somebody who's just sitting there is using force, the force of gravity.
I mean, under a plain definition, he's taking advantage of the force. He is availing himself of the force. He's enjoying
totally
the
different
force.
than what we're talking
he's
about.
making the force his instrument.
But he's not doing anything.
Mr. Fagan, if I might just follow up on this. Is there any death that's intended and caused by somebody doing nothing, like our lifeguard, that wouldn't involve the use of violent physical force? Because every death is going to be affected by gravity or water, and the body will fight itself in your terms. I mean, that's how death occurs, I guess.
Do they get paid by the hour?
In the government's view.
Your Honor,
is that what this is?
What death wouldn't qualify?
So to answer your specific question, I don't think every death involves someone using physical force against the person of another.
Can do it.
But I do think that every death does involve physical force. The physical
every
force
death involves physical force, and why wouldn't it all be violent? Because it's all extremely unpleasant.
We do think every death involves
physical
force and violent physical force within the meaning of Curtis Johnson.
Okay, all right,
Not all of them are going to
he
satisfy
would have pulled
the
trigger if he wanted
to. Not all
it was his idea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
because,
all right. I got another question.
Dude would be alive.
I got it.
Bitch didn't buy somebody a gun and tell him to do it.
Physical force requirement of the statute is not to carve out things like murder and physical harm.
Take your 5 years, Fat Sal,
property crimes, fraud,
and slice the garlic.
All murders are, by definition, the use of violent physical force, I think. I think it has to be.
Because in The Godfather, that's
subject
the thing
to the
they do. Or Casino, is that the movie where they're like, you have to slice the garlic very thin.
That's going to be right. And the mens rea, of course,
that's the reason I'm referring to it. I'm not trying to use a stereotype for Italians. I'm actually
a little strange to think
quoting
that
a
Congress
movie.
meant by this, if we want to talk about common sense, that every death is encompassed, so long as I can meet mens rea and causation. But put that aside. I really think you're struggling to, if I'm honest with you, to try and defend a position that just has nothing to do with this case, right? We've got a defendant over here who ordered a hit job. I mean, that's what the common sense on your side.
And handed them the gun.
And handed them a gun in a paper bag and the whole 9 yards. It's like out of a movie. And here we are talking about lifeguards and omissions. And it makes me wonder whether, again, as I asked your friend on the other side, anybody considered whether this statute might be divisible, because traditionally, murder statutes encompass two very distinct things: acts, ordering the hit job, and omissions where there is a pre-existing duty of care. Very different. Is that resonate to you at all? It might help you.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think we might make divisibility arguments with respect to some statutes, perhaps including this one, if the court were to rule against us. Obviously, we won in the Second Circuit, and we didn't make a divisibility argument because we were already...
If that's the case, maybe we go back to Justice Kavanaugh's question from the last case.
I think it is.
Why wouldn't we remand this to ask that we resolve that first, before we start talking about lifeguards and every murder being encompassed within this?
Well, Your Honor, I think this is going to come up in any number of cases, whether or not the court resolves it here. And because, as we point out in our brief, 35 states by statute include omission liability, and one common way to do that is just to define the word act to include omissions. That's the way New York does it.
Omissions plus duty of care is what they do. And so, again, if you won here, you'd have a great precedent that maybe some of the others would be divisible too. I would have thought that would have been useful to you.
Well, Your Honor, we did not make that argument below. It's a state law argument that we don't think is appropriately made in this court, and we do
I agree with that.
What would a divisibility argument as to this statute look like, if I can ask?
I think we would probably be relying on cases, and New York has some, where because omission liability, as Justice Gorsuch just pointed out, requires a duty as well. There are cases where
understand the
jury
omission
instructions, for example, were found deficient because they didn't specifically allege the duty. But there are cases, and there are a couple of examples of them in the briefs, where something like horrific child neglect and also beating a child are kind of charged together. So I think the outcome of that would be a little bit in doubt. And that's actually the only reason why we've said that all of the statutes listed in our appendix are just at risk. It's the same thing the court said in Voisin. They're at risk because we're not quite sure how the divisibility analysis is going to shake out. But there's no question that we've already lost in the Third Circuit. There's no question that that's going to affect charges under the hate crime statute in that circuit. It's going, and we think
Thank you so much.
If the court were to rule against us, it would affect
Omission
charges
to
in
have
the
a
hate crime
duty,
statute.
say
In other
as
cases,
to
the
perform a
Buffalo
life-saving
supermarket
care
shooter
and not do it.
has raised this very argument and preserved it. And if we lose it here, then the hate crime statute is not a crime of violence, killing somebody because you are biased against their race, because it could possibly be committed by the conduct of being a daycare worker and realizing that there's a bomb in the building and deciding you're only going to save the children of one race.
So are you fighting the categorical approach?
Yes.
I mean, isn't that the root of your problem? And I guess, the divisibility argument has a lot going for it, but how does it fit with the categorical approach?
Your Honor, not every statute is going to be divisible by act versus omission. It's very common to define act as, define it by omission. That's the model penal code definition in section 1.137. But as to fighting the categorical approach, we had that fight a few years ago and we lost. So I am no longer fighting the categorical approach.
Well, I'm just wondering if you're trying to get in the back door.
No, Your Honor. The point I'm making is I think that approaching this with some sort of degree of
No, I did not. I woke up and I got right online.
Informed by 2 millennia of common law, and Forcine looked at the common
What
law
happened? What did Judge
to a
Mershon
certain
say?
extent in interpreting what the term use meant.
The other side says that the common sense is really captured by the residual clause.
Your Honor, let me make several points about that.
And let me just finish.
Okay.
And the residual clause, of course, in Johnson and Davis was declared unconstitutional, and that the other side says what you're, and by the way, it was pointed out that would lead to absurdities, and here we are, and that you're trying to jam cases that would have naturally fit under the residual clause into the other clause. So that's what the other side is suggesting.
If I could have a second, several points on that. Number one, I think he's trying to have it both ways. He's arguing that Congress wouldn't have wanted this to be a crime of violence at all, and he's relying on this residual clause argument. As to the residual clause argument, this isn't a case about potential risks, which is what the residual clause covers. This is a case where we know somebody dies. I think the court has not relied on the residual clause in other cases where it might have equally been applicable under the kind of logic you're suggesting, Justice Kavanaugh, like Stokeling. I think that's because everyone recognizes the elements clause has its own specific function. I'd also point you not just to 924C3's residual clause, but to the Armed Career Criminal Act's residual clause, which is worded a little bit differently, although no one thinks it affects the scope of the elements clause. It requires a serious potential risk of physical injury. I don't know who could think that that's the way you're capturing murder. It doesn't have a serious potential risk of physical injury. Somebody gets harmed.
Yes,
and then
but Mr.
finally,
Fay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
And then finally,
Sorry.
I just want to point out that Section 922G9's
ruling on whether or not to dismiss President. It is 10 a.m. in New York City, and we've got a ruling based on the Associated Press saying this a moment ago. The judge has delayed a ruling on whether or not to dismiss President-elect Donald Trump's criminal conviction. These are 34 counts that came in at the end of May 30th. And the former president's been fighting it ever since. And the judge is going to sentence him prior to the election, then delayed it given the election itself. And so this is the ruling here. Just reading from the AP. A New York State judge has paused proceedings in the already decided criminal case on charges stemming from the hush money paid to a porn star. All right. The document reads, the judge had been set to decide by today whether or not the conviction could be vacated due to the ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court midsummer back in July on presidential immunity. Trump had also been scheduled to be sentenced on November 26. So this now is a whole new ball of wax.
What? Wait, what? Has granted a request. Okay, here's Kyle Cheney. Hold on. Judge Merchan has granted a request from prosecution's defense to pause deadlines, including Trump's sentencing date, while they consider the effect of his election as president. Are you gonna? No, you're not gonna. Oh, okay. All right. This is a, what is this? Memorandum? Oh, email. Mr. Colangelo and Mr. Bove, the court has received your emails. The joint application for a stay of the current deadlines, including a decision on defendant's CPL motion until November 19th, is granted. As per the people's request, the people are to file with the court off calendar your view of appropriate steps. President Trump joins District Attorney of New York's request to stay the existing scheduled dates, including the dates for a decision on the pending presidential immunity motion and sentencing. There are strong reasons for the requested stay. An eventual dismissal of the case in the interest of justice under the blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah. Immunity. The special counsel's office recently sought and obtained the same stay relief in the District of Columbia, and they're reportedly considering dismissing both of their prosecutions. This is from the Trump team, so it's not real. It's what they want. We are prepared to make a submission. Blah blah blah. Colangelo, dear Justice, we're writing to advise the court on Friday. Defendant asked the people to agree to a stay of these proceedings in order to provide time and review. Consider a number of arguments based on the impact of this proceeding from the results of the presidential election. defendant's forthcoming certification as president-elect on January 6th and his inauguration on January 20th. In the alternative, the defense represented that they intend to file a motion on Monday, November 11th to stay all proceedings before this court. The people agree that these are unprecedented circumstances and that the arguments raised by defense counsel in correspondence to the people on Friday require careful consideration to ensure that any further steps in this proceeding appropriately balance the competing interests of, number one, a jury verdict of guilt following a trial that has the presumption of regularity, and two, the office of the president. Accordingly, the people respectfully request that this court adjourn the upcoming scheduled dates to afford the people time to assess these recent developments and set November 19th as a deadline for the people to advise the court regarding our view of appropriate steps going forward. There you go. That's the original document. There it is then. So they're reviewing it. I don't feel like that's like death-defying information, but I don't know.
The definition of misdemeanor crime of domestic violence doesn't even have a residual clause.
Tired.
And if you look at the appendix we submitted in Voisin, most of the assault statutes the court was worried about there are defined in terms of causation.
I have to admit, I agree,
harm,
Max. I didn't think it was going to be anything more than
Thank you for your indulgence, Justice Jackson.
Yes, no, Mr. Fagan, I appreciate that somebody died here and that we would ordinarily think of murder in that situation. But it's clear that the language of this provision of the statute is not focused on the outcome or the effect. And I think the common sense reading of this that cuts against you is the fact that physical force has a common sense meaning, use has a common sense meaning, and that it suggests that the defendant has to act, that they have to do something. And so Justice Gorsuch's point is about divisibility is kind of my thought, which is at the beginning of this, it seems like we have a bifurcation of the Congress's view that you have action by a defendant and you have omission in a different column, and we're sort of in the realm of action. So I guess my question is, how could Congress have possibly written the words use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force and meant that the defendant doesn't have to do anything at all?
Well, Your Honor, this goes back to the common law backdrop against when, I think the easiest way to see that there's some linguistic ways to see that to
No,
the
I'm just
dictionary
looking at the
definition.
text of the statute. If you're right that what Congress was trying to capture with this is a defendant, a victim dying, or a person being injured bodily.
The
Congress
man
has said
wanted
that
the
many
guy
other places,
dead.
even in this very statute, when that was the triggering thing. What I'm worried about is interpreting the words use, attempted use, and threatened use of physical force to encompass a situation in which a person is not acting. That seems completely counterintuitive. It seems like it has no bearing in the words of the statute. I've already talked with your friend on the other side about the legislative history that actually shows that Congress wasn't talking about omissions. But how do you get past this sort of conceptual
He's arguing for the government.
that we're
Peace,
really
love.
talking about
This guy's
doing
arguing
something
that-
here, and you're suggesting that you don't have to.
Well, Your Honor, if I could
Well, actually,
respond,
excuse
I
me,
would
this
have,
is the
like,
rebuttal.
three
First, this is the
principal
guy,
points in
yes, he's
response to
arguing on
that.
behalf of the guy who
One of them
ordered the hit.
is the premise of your the premise of your question was that
Now, wait, maybe
this
I don't
statute
know.
doesn't look at
I'm lost.
results. But I'd respectfully point the court to Castleman and as well as Justice Scalia's concurrence in Castleman, which both point out that where you actually have physical injury, it must have been caused
But
by physical force.
Castleman was dealing with a different question, like how much force, what is force, is putting the poison in the drink enough to be physical force. I'm talking about a situation in which a person does nothing.
Okay, the second point I'd make, Your Honor, and I've been trying to make it this morning, and I take it as part of your question, you've kind of rejected this. But I do think it fits squarely within the dictionary definitions. Again, if my car's just rolling down a hill and I see my enemy walk in front of me and I let the car keep going and just don't do anything, I think we'd all say I used physical force. Now, maybe I got in the car and turned the key and started the car, but I certainly didn't have the intent to use physical force against the person of another. I only had it at the point I stopped doing something. And the third point I'd make, if you'll indulge me one second longer, Mr. Chief Justice, thank you, is that I don't think this would have defied common sense because, again, if you look at all the common law sources, everyone recognizes this is a word game. Do I call it withholding? Do I call it not acting when I refuse to give someone medicine? And the common law has always treated doing something other than what you're supposed to do, fiddling while Rome burns, as an affirmative act. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Sotomayor? Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Keenum?
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting first with divisibility. When this court has asked whether a statute is divisible for purposes of the categorical approach, it is asking whether it is linguistically divisible, whether the text of the statute allows it to be divided into separate offenses. Sometimes there are a list of different ways of committing an offense. Sometimes they are different offenses. So you could say that burglary involves breaking into a house or a houseboat or whatever, and then the question is house a different crime than houseboat? But it has to be linguistically divisible. You don't look at, and you can look at state common law or otherwise to figure out whether those are different elements or means, but you don't look at case law generally to ask whether omissions are different offenses than not. That is what my friend is asking you to do, something this court has never done. And at minimum, if you were going to start to engage in that kind of divisibility in an entirely new realm, I would think that you'd want a case where that issue had been raised and briefed. My friend also said that essentially the only question about whether all the statutes in its appendix are out is a question about divisibility. We respectfully disagree. States can agree with the general principle, as I think all of them do, that omissions can sometimes be liable. They can accept the common law principle, but still believe that certain specific offenses cannot be committed except by affirmative acts. We have cases in our brief, in our reply brief, in, for instance, Louisiana, which accepts the general principle, but nevertheless says that felony murder cannot be committed except by an affirmative act because it is written in a way that requires a killing. And so you have a number of those statutes, even in those effective states, that wouldn't necessarily be excluded. Going to the residual clause. The residual clause is a natural home for offenses like murder, not because murder isn't always bad, but precisely because it is usually bad. In other words, the vast majority of murders are in fact violent, which is why it makes sense to fall under a clause that talks about the risk in an ordinary case that physical force against another will be used during the course of commission. It allows for these sorts of edge cases, the difficult hypotheticals that we've been talking about. The elements clause is not written that way. It requires the use of violent physical force as an element, which means in absolutely every case. And my friend does not dispute that there is no interpretive significance to the fact that the residual clause is no longer operative. Going to the word use, my friend says that use derives some meaning from the common law. This court in Bailey said use must be given its ordinary meaning, which is active employment. And you notice that when my friend started talking about using things like metabolism or the body's natural processes, he lapsed into this sort of abstract concept speak rather than talking about something physical, like physical force that you use against the person of another. Castleman. Castleman examples are all indirect force. Poison, pulling the trigger of a gun, introducing a disease, by which I think the court meant if you infect someone with the Ebola virus, obviously that's an indirect use of violent physical force. But they're all taking steps to bring someone into contact with the thing, without the step you take to bring them into contact with it, there would be no harm whatsoever. So it's not a word game. Whether you describe failing to feed someone as an act of withholding or an omission, either way, you are not bringing them into contact with any force, much less violent physical force. My friend relied very heavily on the common law, as their brief does as well. He says that acts of omission are treated as other acts, and that, as a general principle, makes sense for liability. But the problem with the government's argument on that is none of those terms make their appearance in the Elements Clause, which talks about the use of violent physical force. That's the thing that has to be present in each case. And that's why, to your question, Justice Barrett, Stokeling is different because it was interpreting a common law term of art which appeared both in the federal provision and in the state provision. We're not here to interpreting words, act, or omission. We're interpreting use of violent physical force. Finally, I want to end with a point about all these hard examples. You posed a lot of very difficult hypotheticals,
I didn't even know this was happening.
both to me and my friend
I'm
from the
behind
government.
the times.
And the thing is, you don't have to agree with us on essentially any of
I
them.
do have a wrap-up
except
of
the
it,
pure
though,
omission
that I
scenario
can read from
where
at
there's
least.
an octogenarian who falls into a coma and slowly expires because they are not being fed nutrition. No one would describe that as a death involving violent physical force, except for perhaps the government, which thinks that literally every death involves violent physical force. But if that, in a sort of normal scenario, is not a death involving violent physical force, it doesn't suddenly become violent physical force because there was someone who had a legal duty to provide that nutrition. It may be a very serious crime, it can be punished severely, but it does not categorically involve the use of violent physical force. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
All right, so they're done. All right, so here's, let me go ahead and pull up this other piece that we had started. And I have this piece is pinned to the top. So please feel free to read. There's obviously more documents that need to be read, obviously. But here is the CNN, just kind of quickie, you know, down and dirty, Cliff Notes version. But here's my question about this. Here's my question. Because let me read this. Okay, so let me tell you. Delegati was convicted of attempted murder, among other crimes, for hatching a plot to murder a local guy who was terrorizing a gas station that Delegati and his associates frequented. All right? So he hired members of the Crips gang through an intermediary to carry out the killing and gave them a gun. Police intercepted the gang members before they were able to carry out the killing. Delegati was convicted of several crimes and sentenced to 25 years in prison, including 5 years for the gun charge. That charge was based on a federal law that prohibits people from possessing a gun as part of a crime of violence. Delegati, also known as Fat Sal, argues that the underlying crime in his case, which was lots of different things, doesn't qualify as a crime of violence because he didn't shoot the guy or didn't plan on personally pulling the trigger, I think. I apologize. We should read the actual briefs. And if it goes anywhere, we probably should do that. But the Supreme Court has, so federal appeals courts have split over how to apply the charge in similar circumstances, and the Justice Department, though it opposes Delegati's argument in this case, agreed that the Supreme Court should take up the appeal. The Supreme Court in recent years has limited the circumstances under which prosecutors may seek enhanced prison sentences, hence the 5 years that he's complaining about, for a crime of violence. In a decision Delegati relies on heavily in his appeal, a 7-2 majority of the Supreme Court 2 years ago ruled in favor of a Virginia defendant who was convicted of the gun charge for using a gun in an attempted robbery. I kind of want to look at this link to see what it takes us to. Supreme Court, this is from June 21st, 2022. Where it goes next is, I understand what you're saying. I'm just wondering if there's larger implications for it. That's all I meant. Supreme Court says certain gun crimes are not crimes of violence under federal law. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of a Virginia man who was seeking to challenge one of his convictions for using a firearm in an attempted robbery. The ruling will allow the man to attempt to reduce his sentence by 10 years. In a 7-2 decision Tuesday, the court decided that a conviction for an attempted robbery under the Federal Hobbs Act does not fit the definition of a crime of violence and therefore does not trigger an enhanced sentence when a firearm is used. The ruling will allow the man, Justin Taylor, and other defendants who have received between 5 and 10 extra years tacked on to their sentences for attempted Hobbs Act robbery to now challenge those convictions and sentences. Here we go. The Hobbs Act is a federal law that made it a crime to obstruct or affect interstate commerce by robbery or extortion when induced by the wrongful use of actual or threatened force, violence, and fear. So, is that like pirates? Are we talking pirates? Writing for the majority, Gorsuch said that the pasty guy said that while Taylor could be sentenced for up to 20 years for his conviction, Congress has not authorized courts to convict and sentence him to a decade of further imprisonment. Gorsuch appeared to criticize the separate dissents penned by Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito. Addressing a contention made by Thomas, Gorsuch wrote in a footnote that not even the prosecutors for whom Justice Thomas professes concern seek anything like that. Okay, well, I don't care about their petty little bullshit. In 2003, Taylor engaged in a conspiracy to rob a drug dealer. As a pretense, he arranged a transaction to sell marijuana to a man named Martin. But instead of selling the drugs, Taylor and another co-conspirator attempted to steal Martin's money. The unnamed co-conspirator, armed with a semi-automatic pistol, shot and killed Martin. Taylor was charged with attempted and conspiracy to commit robbery under the Hobbs Act, and was convicted under a federal law which makes it a crime to use a gun in connection with any crime of violence. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 360 months in prison. So-called crime of violence charges trigger increased sentences under federal law. The Supreme Court subsequently decided cases that narrowed the definition of a crime of violence under the law. Taylor returned to court, arguing his charges no longer qualify. A district court agreed that conspiracy charge no longer triggered the increased sentence, but it held that the attempted robbery continued to qualify. Wow. Complicated. Very interesting. It's kind of one of those, what could be considered like a subtle eroding or a subtle creep by the rush to incarcerate people. Yeah, how about carrying a firearm whilst hiding in the bushes by a golf course? What's happening with that case, by the way? I didn't even hear anything about that. I haven't even heard anything about that. I have so many questions. So many. There's so much to pay attention to. Well, that's enough of me. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming this morning. We have more to do. Now, I understand that I might come back. I probably will. I think I don't know what time it is because I have no idea, but I'll probably come back pretty soon, but I need a break to kind of get my shit together, and then I will, I'll throw something up if I'm able to come back. But I also have to check in with my roommate to see if she needs anything. All right. Thank you so much for coming and being such a, so media literate. I just fucking love you guys for that. I love you all for that. You're my you're my heroes. You're my heroes. Those incidents were fake. Yeah. Fake. Anyway. All right. I'll see you guys later, I'm sure, because we got to keep track of this, what the house is trying to do. God knows. All right. So anyway, hopefully see you later. Oh, here comes the helicopters. I got to go. Love you too, sweetheart. Thank you. I'm going to try. I'm going to try to be there as much as I can to the degree that it's helpful. So thank you. I appreciate you saying that very much. It means a lot to me. All right. I need, you guys are the ones keeping me from whatevs. Yeah, exactly. Whoops, here they come. All right. Have a great rest of your Tuesday if I don't see you, but I'll see you because here we go again. They're back, people. All right. I love you. And Gus loves you too. Gus loves you very much. Even though his back is to you right now, he loves you very much. I promise. He told me. Okay.